Chapter 1791. The universe shattered and the demon emperor's imprint reassembled. Above it and the myriad Tao, the lightning tribulation had already stopped, and there was a deathly silence. Suddenly, the heaven's core imprint and the myriad Tao split apart. A body fell from the unreachable heavens, covered in blood and broken. Yi Fan. The group of people turned pale with fright and quickly rushed over. There were specks of blood, and Yi Fan's body was covered in wounds. The myriad energy cauldron was also broken, and it followed beside him. Master. Komatsu caught Yi Fan, supporting his dying body. This kind of injury was too serious, and it made them all frown. This was definitely a Tao injury. Upon closer inspection, his body was covered in Tao marks, the mark of suffering the backlash of the myriad Tao. What was even more terrifying was that there were palm imprints and fist holes on his body. The front and back of his body were bright, dripping with blood. His injuries are too serious. Everyone's hearts sank. They could guess that it was a Tao injury, but why were there palm imprints and fist holes on his body? Who was it that attacked? It was a bit shocking. Is it really those undying medicines? Thinking of this, they felt a chill down their backs. The most beautiful and neglected things were the most dangerous. What did these things that appeared in the heavenly tribulation foretell? Just now, when Yi Fan stood above the myriad Tao, he even stepped on the heaven's core imprint. They didn't see the true scene of the tribulation and could only hear the thunderous sounds, but they could guess some clues. Master, you have to hold on. Komatsu's eyes were filled with tears. He carried Yi Fan on his back, tore apart the universe, and rushed towards the celestial court. The others also had heavy hearts. They followed along, cautious and vigilant, because they knew that Yi Fan's situation was extremely bad. They carefully guarded him from the side. How could it be like this? What happened in the Great Tribulation above the myriad Tao? How could Yi Fan be injured like this? Everyone was anxious, afraid that something had happened to him. Yi Fan is too tired. He fought against the myriad Tao for us, and in the end, he dragged his damaged body to cross his unprecedented emperor tribulation. That's why something unexpected happened. Dao Yi sighed. Everyone became silent, all of them feeling uneasy inside, feeling a type of guilt. Yi Fan risked his life to fight against the myriad Tao for them, or else how could he be so exhausted? How could he be injured like this under his own great calamity? Those finger imprints, those fist holes, they were all Tao injuries, the most difficult to treat. Many people who suffered injuries like this were destined to be crippled. Tao injuries. Just the mention of them would cause one's expression to change. What they feared the most was its appearance. Everyone could still remember that when Yi Fan was still a small cultivator, he had suffered such injuries and was on the verge of death. He only managed to escape with his life after entering the ancient desolate forbidden grounds to pick herbs. Yi Fan's body was in tatters and blood flowed all the way. He returned to the celestial court on the verge of death and was carried into the undying mountain by Komatsu. This news shocked the universe. What? This is the result? Everywhere in the universe, the experts were dumbfounded and looked at each other. The powerful saint physique of Yi Fan was so heaven-defying, but the final result was that he might die. This is too much of a pity. Many people sighed. This type of ending was truly regrettable. He should have established a miracle and walked towards the peak of glory, yet in the end, he met such a miserable end. Everyone knew how troublesome it was to receive this type of Tao injury during the Emperor Ascension Tribulation. It was extremely difficult to treat. This meant that Yi Fan was most likely crippled and might even die. He is too arrogant. Not only does he want to become an emperor, he even wants his disciple and friend to enter that domain. Since ancient times, no one has ever gone this crazy. Indeed, if not for this, how could he have ended up like this? Even if he became an emperor himself, he could still be considered to have established a grand event that has never happened since ancient times. He achieved the Tao under the pressure of a present-age great emperor. How amazing is this? Yet he is still not satisfied and wants to do this. The universe was in an uproar. Everything was in chaos. people had already predicted that a great storm would arrive. If the saint physique of Yi Fan was unable to recover from this setback, or even died, then the glorious celestial court might lose its luster. In this era, there were definitely many outstanding people. Tai Chu, Huang Shudao, Yin Tianda, and other outstanding people all flew through the sky like comets. If they rose up together, could the celestial court that had lost Yi Fan be able to stop them? Of course, the most important thing was that there was still a present-age great emperor. Would he continue to remain silent? Could it be that he would not take back the glory that belonged to him? The unrivaled Yi Fan had been injured and met with an accident. This would definitely have far-reaching effects. Perhaps the power structure of the universe would undergo great changes. In the following days, the eyes of the entire universe were focused on the celestial court, waiting for the result. Some people laughed heartily, some were indifferent, some were worried, and some were silent. Everyone had different reactions. Of course, no matter what attitude they had, no one would show it. Everyone was waiting. Of course, there were also other voices. Some people were sad and indignant. This time, the tribulation had suffered great losses. Those who had the qualifications to undergo the tribulation and wanted to go against the heavens were all peerless and fierce people. But in the end, they had worked hard for nothing. Many people had almost died from the backlash. In reality, when the Tao returned and attacked, there were indeed people who died. Their bodies were crushed and their primordial spirits turned into ashes. This was originally an extremely serious matter that would have caused a commotion in the universe. But now, it was not as chaotic as imagined. This was because everything had been overshadowed by the incident of Yi Fan's Tao injuries. The eyes of the entire universe were focused on the celestial court. No one paid too much attention to whether others had gained or lost in the tribulation. In these days, the celestial court was gloomy and full of sorrow. Everyone was very quiet. Everyone knew that Yi Fan's Tao injuries were serious. His Tao foundation might have been half destroyed. All the important people and experts gathered in the Undying Mountain. They were all thinking of countermeasures to cure Yi Fan, but in the end, there was no way. This kind of injury was too serious. During this period, Yi Fan had only woken up once. He opened his mouth and then fainted again. His damaged body was dripping with blood. Those finger marks and palm holes had not yet healed. Saint blood flowed out from time to time. There was no way to stop it. His primordial spirit was even dimmer and almost extinguished. How could this be? She pulled at her hair in pain. She was full of regret. If she had known earlier, she definitely wouldn't have let her master pay such a price for them. Master, you must get better. Yi Tong also clenched his fists. Big brother, please don't let anything happen to you. Jiang Tingting's eyes were filled with tears. She was somewhat helpless and sad. The monkey, Daoist, and the others walked back and forth. They were all thinking of ways to protect Yi Fan. Otherwise, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. The Qilin immortal medicine, Bodhi tree, immortal peach tree, and other things had long been prepared. They wanted Yi Fan to use these immortal medicines to prolong his life. But the only time he woke up, he shook his head and refused. Everyone knew that these medicines were useless against the Tao injuries left behind during the Emperor Ascension tribulation. Perhaps there is only one thing that can save him, said the human demon. What is it? Everyone asked in unison. The 9 revolutions immortal pill, answered the human demon. Everyone was startled. This was something from the legends. How could they see it in this world? It was too difficult to refine it. That's right. Perhaps only the 9 revolutions immortal pill can treat Yi Fan's injuries. The crazy old man nodded. I have the incomplete ancient recipe, but the materials required are too demanding, said Daoist. His hometown, the Eternal Star Domain, had the recipe of the 9 revolutions immortal pill. We have the main ingredient. 1 immortal medicine is enough. It's just that the supplementary ingredients are too difficult to find. The requirements are too great. A great emperor might not be able to gather them even if he saved up for half his life, said the monkey. Let's split up and search for the divine ingredients. We will definitely be able to gather them all. Good, let's move out immediately. Komatsu, you don't need to go. Protect your master. After everyone made their decision, they quickly moved out. They were all supreme experts and rarely met their match in this universe. They could travel everywhere in an instant. With such a group of people taking action, there was naturally nothing they couldn't do. That day, the universe was shaken. All the experts of the celestial court moved out to search for rare treasures. However, these divine ingredients were all extremely rare. No matter how powerful they were, they couldn't gather them all in a few days. Some of these things were even harder to come by in many lifetimes. The only thing that made them rejoice was that back then, they had accumulated many divine items to extract the evolution fluid. Now, they could all be put to use. However, this was far from enough. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The people of the celestial court were anxious. All the celestial soldiers and generals were sent out to offer rewards to the entire universe. As long as someone was willing to provide any of the required divine ingredients, they would be rewarded with ancient scriptures and supreme secret techniques. Everyone was moved. The entire universe was shaken. Many people took action. Everyone knew that the celestial court didn't lack immortal scriptures. Perhaps this was an opportunity. As expected, when someone provided a piece of origin divine stone, they obtained half a Dao scripture. This shocked all the cultivators. The celestial court wasn't just joking. They were really willing to pay. From this day forth, a storm was set off in every part of the universe. Many people were searching. No matter what, this was an opportunity to befriend the celestial court. Moreover, they could obtain ancient scriptures, so they hoped to grasp this opportunity. The feather origin earth has appeared. That's one of the most difficult divine ingredients to find. An astonishing piece of news spread. If this item was found, there would be hope to refine the 9 revolutions immortal pill. This was because this was one of the most difficult divine ingredients to find. It only appeared once in tens of thousands of years. However, bad news arrived. This item was stolen by someone. The person who first discovered this item was torn to shreds. The smell of blood assailed the nostrils. There were broken limbs everywhere. It was unknown how many people had died there. This was targeted. Someone wanted to stop Yifan from recovering. They didn't want to give him a chance and ruin this process. The feather origin earth was a divine ingredient that couldn't be missed. The person who came was a peerless expert. He successfully robbed it and disappeared without a trace. Even if we have to turn this world upside down, we have to find him. The monkey roared angrily. The peerless experts of the celestial court moved out and searched frantically. Meanwhile, the Black Emperor, Gu Lin, Gu Fei, Flower, and the others laid down a great formation. They were prepared to deduce the mysteries of heaven and find out who it was. The universe was greatly shaken. Everyone had a premonition that a great storm was coming. Who exactly was it? Right now, there were many suspicious targets. It was possible that some peerless experts who had enmity with Yifan didn't want Yifan to recover. Is it Yin Tianda? Say, if it's a demon emperor, wouldn't it be even more troublesome and terrifying? The cosmos was in great chaos. Everyone was guessing. Someone had stolen Yifan's life-saving divine ingredient at this critical juncture. This was a great enmity. If they were found, there would be a great battle like a tempest. The human devil, the old lunatic, Yi Tong, and the others were all surging with killing intent. These people were furious. Moreover, the people of the celestial court were also mobilized. They searched the cosmos and wanted to find this person. Heh, just some tricks. Saint Physique, you're finished. Within Undying Mountain, a shadow appeared and silently rushed into the depths. Then, it suddenly erupted and slapped towards the mountain peak where Yifan was sleeping. This was the aura of a supreme being. The large black hand immediately covered the mountain peak. It was incomparably terrifying and overflowing into the heavens. This was going to smash Yi Fan into a bloody paste and completely destroy him. On the mountain peak, Komatsu was furious. He retaliated with the most powerful method to face that large black hand. However, without a sound, another person appeared on the mountain peak. He was so powerful that it made people tremble. A fist smashed towards the space between Yi Fan's brows in an incomparably tyrannical manner. "Master!" Komatsu roared. His other hand reached out to face this attack, but he felt incomparably strenuous. He entered a strange forbidden region. He knew that things were bad. His master was in a desperate situation. There's no rush. However, right at this time, Yi Fan sat up. Even though his body was covered in bloodstains, he still revealed a smile towards Komatsu. He was extremely calm and unperturbed. Then, his palms smashed outwards, slapping down on the fist that was about to strike the space between his brows. A blast of bloody mist erupted. That person was shocked and fell backwards. His fist had already been broken. "You!" The Supreme Being was alarmed. On the stone bed, Yi Fan got up. His calmness were terrifying. "If I wasn't injured, how could you all dare to come? If you all didn't come, how could I search for the absolute beginning in high heavens? I've said before that I will flatten you all in my lifetime. Saint Physique, you motherfucker, cunning and vicious." To be able to make a Supreme Being erupt with such vulgarities, one could imagine just how angry he was. "You even schemed like this when crossing tribulation, your heart is too black." The other person was also resentful, finding it hard to continue speaking. Chapter 1792. Yi Fan laughed loudly, but his expression was incomparably cold, without the slightest bit of warmth. He calmly said, "Am I black-hearted? If you all didn't come to kill me, how could things be like this? It was clearly you all who wanted to slaughter, yet you still blame it on me. Don't you find it laughable?" The two great Supreme Beings glared at each other, feeling extremely stuffy inside. Right now, the entire cosmos was discussing Yi Fan's injuries, never thinking that everything was fake. However, how many people could tell? That great calamity was something anyone could see with their own eyes. Yi Fan resisted 10,000 Dao, suffering unimaginable injuries. In the end, he exhausted all of his energy to cross his own emperor tribulation, truly entering a dead end. In the end, he ended up with his body destroyed and Dao crippled. This wasn't unexpected, but rather reasonable. It was because anyone who saw that tribulation would think that this was how things should be. He was too arrogant. However, who would have thought that he was actually scheming? Not even the world's most terrifying calamity could cripple him, yet he was used like this, calmly waiting for a great enemy to come knocking. This truly was a bit terrifying. At this time, the two great Supreme Beings both clenched their fists, feeling extremely dissatisfied towards this type of setback and falling into a trap. They truly wanted to kill that person with a single palm. However, they knew that the current divine body Yi Fan couldn't be compared to the past, truly unmatched under the heavens. Even if they fought in their prime, they still wouldn't be able to win. "Master, be careful, they have a forbidden artifact on them," Komatsu reminded. Just now, he felt as if he had sunk into a swamp. This wasn't a normal magical artifact. The so-called forbidden artifact's power was extremely great, exceeding normal weapons, but it could only be used a few times. The lifespan of a magical artifact was limited. A forbidden artifact refined by a great emperor was naturally no small matter. They came for the sake of killing Yi Fan, so it was definitely a great killing artifact. At this time, this mountain peak became quiet, isolated from the outside world. This was the effect of this forbidden artifact, trapping Yi Fan, turning this place into a lawless land. "Nothing," Yi Fan calmly said, staring at the two great Supreme Beings. The person whose fist had been shattered had a bloody wrist. After regrowing his broken hand, he calmed down and stared at Yi Fan with an incomparably cold gaze. "You're pretending to be calm. In reality, you must have suffered serious injuries and won't be able to live. Do you think you can scare us off like this?" After releasing that strike with everything you had, do you think you can still take action again? The other Supreme Being also narrowed his eyes, revealing killing intent. Then you'll know once you try. Yi Fan scoffed coldly, looking like he didn't care. Kill. One person took action. Restricted artifacts shown, descending, about to surround Yi Fan, restrict this place's laws and Dao, wishing to temporarily restrict Yi Fan's cultivation. Boom. However, what made their faces turn snow-white was that Yi Fan's palm reached out, grabbing the forbidden artifact in the sky. With a kacha sound, it turned into fine powder, making the restrictions on this place collapse. At the same time, Yi Fan moved, fast to a shocking and inconceivable degree. That Supreme Being backed up, but he couldn't compare to Yi Fan at all. Yi Fan reversed the long river of time, immediately arriving, clashing intensely with him. They had just exchanged blows, yet an arm was already torn off, half his body blasted apart. A roar of anger sounded from the heavens above. That person was shocked. The Dao traces on Yi Fan's body, the injuries from the backlash, shouldn't be fake. How could he still be so terrifying? He did everything he could, quickly evading. At the same time, the other person also attacked, immediately igniting his divine flame, rushing to the peak state of his life. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly die, unable to resist the enemy. Komatsu wanted to come over, but Yi Fan waved his hand, having him stand guard at the side. A terrifying aura erupted from Yi Fan's body, shocking the human realm. This was the methods of Wuxia Great Emperor. Even though his entire body was covered in bloodstains, that type of power, that type of radiance, was incomparable, about to crush heaven and earth. A true great emperor, his power above that of the golden crow. In every part of the cosmos, supreme experts all sensed this type of aura. They all trembled. Who was this? Soon after, they understood that this was the divine body Yi Fan. How could this be? Wasn't he seriously injured and on the verge of death? Now, he actually turned into Wuxia Great Emperor. This is too shocking. At this moment it was unknown just how many people in the world were stupefied, all of them stupefied. Yi Fan was on the verge of death, yet in the end, it developed into this type of situation. It truly was a bit strange. He is waiting for a supreme being to come knocking on his door, how bold. Someone said with a sigh, finally understanding. I don't believe it. He is definitely injured. Back then, when he fell from the endless Daoist, could the bloody holes and Dao wounds on his body be fake? The most obvious point is that I didn't see his imprints merging with the heavenly heart. Wrong, his Dao is different, his true body stepping on the endless Daoist, so there is naturally no need for this. He has definitely become an emperor, the aura now has already been confirmed without a doubt. The various parts of the cosmos were greatly shaken. A few supreme experts hurried towards the celestial court, hoping to get to the bottom of this. Sacred body Yi Fan, half of a supreme being's body disappeared, sliced off by Yi Fan's palm, and his weapon was also smashed into scrap metal. His palm and fingers flowed with a golden color, unstoppable. At this moment, the supreme being was terrified. This type of method was something he couldn't compare to even when he was in his prime. Was there really someone comparable to an emperor about to appear? After an intense great battle, not even two supreme beings that had ascended were Yi Fan's opponent. Even though there were traces of blood on his body, he was still calm and unperturbed. A person was covered by Yi Fan's palm, and then he was actually grabbed over. This was a decisive battle to the death. The time they exchanged wasn't short, nor was it long, yet Yi Fan captured someone alive just like that. How could it be like this? That supreme being was stupefied. Even an archaic emperor like him was defeated in such a shameful manner. He was previously unmatched under the heavens, looking down on the world with disdain, shaking the past and present, yet now, he suffered such a great defeat. Even though he returned in his most powerful state, he was still destined to shed blood. Could it be that there really is a heavenly emperor that rose up? He was dazed, unable to accept this reality. He struggled with everything he had. In the end, Yi Fan forcefully grabbed out His palm was sparkling and resplendent, turning him into a bloody paste. His body exploded, unable to escape. Then, his primordial spirit was captured. The other person felt his blood run cold. What kind of heaven-defying method was this? The divine body Yi Fan was unmatched, and now, killing them was no longer as strenuous as before. This was especially the case with that type of calmness, as well as that type of chilly gaze. It made his heart tremble, and he couldn't help but back up in alarm. Hong! Yi Fan's entire body shone. Even though there were injuries on his body, ghastly to the eye, as if he was ill, he was still incomparably powerful. He immediately rushed over murderously. I refuse to believe that you aren't injured. The ancient supreme being shouted loudly, frantically attacking, carrying out a great confrontation. Yi Fan's hand streaked across, and then the other party's blood gushed out. This supreme being backed up, staggering about. Both of his hands were covered in blood, revealing a look of horror. However, he discovered that there was also blood flowing out from the corners of Yi Fan's lips. His injured body wasn't fake, giving off a type of sickly feeling. Kill! He attacked crazily, wishing to exhaust Yi Fan to death. What a pity, you all misjudged. Even though I am injured, it isn't that serious. It's enough to kill you all. Yi Fan said softly. With a hong sound, unmatched magical force erupted. Irregular scenes and heavenly emperor fists were released, blasting through all things, blasting through the heavenly domain. An expanse of blood erupted in front of him. Ah! This supreme being released a loud cry. His body was blasted apart, blood flowing out from the space between his brows, flying outwards. He couldn't stop Yi Fan's domineering attacks, about to die. In the end, Yi Fan's large hand reached down, also crushing him, only leaving behind a primordial spirit. He was going to find origin ancient mine and high heavens from their sea of consciousness, and then head over to wipe them out. Divine body became an emperor. This was like a tsunami, shaking up the world. At this moment, everyone realized that the effects of this matter were too great. Not only did he become an emperor under the current world's great emperor's heavenly heart imprint and the suppression of 10,000 Daoists, he also had another identity, a divine body that couldn't achieve the Dao. Now, he broke through in one go. All of the bones in Yi Fan's body released pi-pa sounds, blood energy burning. His injuries were quickly disappearing, the fist holes in front and behind him closing, and the traces of 10,000 Dao backlash on his body were also erased. The only thing that wasn't harmonious was that there was a trace of blood flowing out from the corners of his mouth, a bit sickly. It was clear that he really did have some Dao injuries. Komatsu walked up, handing over a stalk of medicine king, a worried expression on his face, fearing that something unexpected would happen to Yi Fan. I'm fine. Yi Fan laughed, and then he looked into the distance, his expression cold and serious. Did Dao friend come to help me? The golden crow the arch walked out from the darkness, and after a moment of silence, he said, Dao friend is absolutely brilliant. You've broken the curse of the divine body lineage being unable to achieve the Dao, shocking the past and dazzling the present. You are truly invincible in the world and can be called the celestial the arch. The demon the arch sighed. Yi Fan's strength made him lower his head. He felt that this was someone like celestial the arch Huang. Whoever met such a person in this lifetime and competed for the Dao was destined to be sad. Yi Fan smiled and said, Dao friend, calm your heart and cultivate your character. In this life, you are still a the arch, destined to leave your name in history. What else could the golden crow the arch say? Perhaps he should be glad that he didn't attack, or perhaps he should be sad. Under the intimidation of this person, he could only put away all his thoughts and cooperate with him. Just as Yi Fan had said to his disciple, as long as one was strong enough to suppress the world, even the demon the arch had to be obedient, work hard to shine, and do their best to help. At this time, the monkey, the human demon, Yi Tong, and the others all returned. There was no need to say much. Yi Fan only had one sentence to say, to sweep through the forbidden areas. He took the lead and tore open the universe, disappearing into the depths of the starry sky. Some experts rushed over and looked at the celestial court from afar. All of them sighed. The saint physique had become the arch, and this would be his glorious era. A celestial the arch had risen. Celestial the archie. Suppressing the golden crow the arch, slaughtering ancient supreme beings, sweeping through the forbidden areas as if he had entered an uninhabited land. A celestial the arch has finally been born. Everyone knew that whether they admitted it or not, Yi Fan really did have that kind of heaven-defying strength. A great battle broke out. Although high heavens had long hidden in advance, Yi Fan forcefully deduced it and found Heaven Burial Island to carry out a massacre. There were two supreme beings here who were extremely glorious in the past, but all the glory was buried in the passage of time. Now, Yi Fan had ascended to this place and began to sweep through. Even the monkey grinned. Yi Fan's current strength was too shocking. He had swept his way in, and even the two great ancient emperors who had ascended couldn't stop him. They exploded one after another in the fierce battle. What a high heavens! Yi Fan had his hands behind his back as he stood on this magnificent and strange island. It was like a coffin that was connected to the 9 dragon veins. It was as if he was about to ascend to immortality. This was exactly the same as the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. The bronze coffin that had once carried him into the starry sky was now unknown. This place evoked his memories. The archaic emperor isn't the true master of this place. He only chose to reside here after accidentally discovering it. This is an immortal island left behind from the chaotic ancient era. It is even more ancient than the legendary era and cannot be followed, said Daoist. High heaven's destruction shook the starry sky and every place trembled. Yi Fan had swept through another life-forbidden area. Celestial the Archie. What a powerful saint physique. He can truly be called a celestial the Arch. An existence comparable to Venerable the Arch has appeared in this era and risen in this golden age. Every race in the universe was shocked. There was a great commotion. When the news spread everywhere, many places of life in the universe cried out in surprise. The two words, Celestial the Arch, seemed to possess a strange magical power. Chapter 1793. High heavens was empty, thus wiped out. Yi Fan had his hands behind his back, standing there. His black hair scattered about, his clothes sticky with the blood of supreme beings. Wiping out 4 supreme beings in a single day was definitely a shocking battle accomplishment. Master, origin ancient mine can't be found no matter what. Yi Tong returned to report to him. Yi Fan nodded. Wiping out high heavens was already enough, wiping out a restricted region today. As for the final source of disaster, they could slowly search for and deal with it. 9 dragon veins stretched out, truly in the shape of a dragon. It was as if a true dragon was raising its head, wishing to soar into the 9 heavens, rush into immortal domain. Why is it so similar? Yi Fan stood in high heavens, already observing for a long time. This type of mountain range terrain was rarely seen from past to present. The most inconceivable thing was naturally the island in the back. That was a coffin-shaped divine island, formed naturally, connected to the 9 dragon veins. He already carefully examined it. This was the product of nature, not man-made. It really was an uncanny workmanship that left one sighing in admiration. Perhaps this is the initial form of a coffin, someone from the ancient times using this as the original form to create a coffin. Daoist said. This conclusion was a bit laughable, but no one laughed. It was because this was the remains of the chaotic ancient era, before the legendary era, even more ancient than all of the civilizations of this world. There was an ancient cave at the center of the coffin-shaped island. Immortal energy swirled about, multicolored light swirling about, looking mysterious and strange. Yi Fan and the others searched around here. This place had experienced countless great calamities since the ancient times, as if it was a divine land that buried high heavens. However, the ancient cave had long been empty, nothing left behind. There was a type of undying aura here that could slow down the flow of time, or it could be said that there was a type of long life energy that could give one life force, prevent them from declining prematurely. No wonder it became a restricted region, truly a precious land. Yi Fan released a light sigh. What left him shocked was that he saw a few traces on the ground. He carefully measured them, comprehended them, and then became horrified. The size and shape were similar to the bronze ancient coffin he had previously seen and entered. This left one shocked. Yi Fan was a bit distracted. Had that coffin previously appeared here? Finally, he left. He immediately displayed the secret method from the Vedas, tracing back to the source, hoping to see what was going on. Unfortunately, he failed, because many supreme beings had previously slept here, all karma and heavenly mysteries erased. Everyone revealed strange expressions. This place really was strange. When they carefully sensed it, they could vaguely sense a type of immortal Dao natural law aura that could slow down one's aging. I can't figure it out, I can't figure it out. That mysterious chaotic ancient era is truly awe-inspiring. The Black Emperor sighed. In the end, they moved the heavenly burial island back to the celestial court, turning it into another stunning courtyard for crazy, Ol and the demonic humans to live in seclusion. High heavens was destroyed. This news shook the great cosmos. Yi Tiandi's name rumbled through the human realm, his glory reaching its peak. No one dared to oppose him anymore. Master, are you all right? When everything quieted down, Komatsu asked worriedly. I have a bit of a Dao injury, but it won't stump me. You all don't have to worry. Yi Fan said. A strand of blood flowed out from the corners of his lips. He used his hand to wipe it away. The center of his palm was extremely bright. This. Everyone looked over, feeling even more worried. Don't worry. If there really was a problem, why would I go to high heavens and make a big fuss? This won't affect anything. Yi Fan smiled. Then, he warned everyone again that they couldn't blindly pursue combat strength, to avoid being too unyielding and leaving behind hidden injuries. Otherwise, they would flare up sooner or later. Yi Fan sighed. His Dao injury was the root of an illness left behind a long time ago. Back then, when he was at the Saint King realm, he had continuously coughed out blood and was extremely ill. Later on, when he broke through to the Great Sage realm, it seemed to have been suppressed and he was fine. However, this time, when he broke through the suppression of 10,000 Dao and became a celestial emperor, that small flaw became the root of disaster, completely flaring out and collapsing, resulting in his current injuries. If it wasn't him, anyone else would have long been wiped out. This was a celestial emperor's injury, related to the suppression of 10,000 Dao and the immortal void image. No one knew what kind of serious injuries he suffered when he crossed the tribulation, making it through with great difficulty. However, the Dao injury didn't pose a problem for him. It was truly suppressed, showing signs of improvement. This also reflected his great achievements. Undying Mountain, Divine Ruins, High Heavens, these types of restricted areas became the courtyard of the Celestial Court. It truly was shocking throughout the ages. Who could compare? After several battles, no one in this world could contend against him. 100 years passed in a flash. Yi Fan was already over 2,900 years old. Meanwhile, there were some people in the Celestial Court who had truly aged, full of weariness. Time was extremely merciless, not moving according to one's will. It would cut down everything. Even the most powerful life would reach its end one day. Grandpa Human Demon, Grandpa Old Madman, they can't hold on much longer. That day, Yang Shi's mood was heavy. He arrived at Undying Mountain's cliff, reporting to Yi Fan. Yi Fan sighed and said, if there really is no way, I will just seal them up. However, they don't agree, not willing to take the undying medicine, only wishing for a natural death. This is especially true for the human demon grandpa, who has been sealed since the archaic era. He has long loathed it. Yang Shi said. Yi Fan stood up, remaining silent. He gazed towards the horizon, feeling a wave of sadness. The path of immortality was difficult to tread. Time waits for no one. He hadn't even made any crucial progress, yet the people by his side had already passed away one after another. More than 10 years later, the human demon and the old madman reached the end of their lives. They smiled as they slept in an ancient cave. The autumn wind swept past, causing yellow leaves to flutter about. This autumn was exceptionally cold, causing people's hearts to feel cold. Fine raindrops scattered down. The celestial court was in mourning. Everyone missed the two elders. This late autumn was filled with sadness. Even the most powerful inheritance will come to an end one day. Even the most glorious flourishing era will come to an end one day. Who in this world can avoid death? Even if you are a peerless genius of heaven, even if you are a peerless talent, in the end, you will still become a pile of yellow soil. This year, this autumn, left people with an indelible sadness. Time flowed, and in the blink of an eye, more than 1,000 years had passed. Yi Fan was already 4,000 years old. He had reached the peak of his life. At this moment, his Dao injuries were no longer evident. His blood qi was like the sea, and a single thought could shatter the 9 heavens. He was unrivaled under the heavens. The celestial emperor's name shook the universe, and there was no longer anyone who could rival him. The celestial court was heading towards extreme glory. Not to mention that there was no force in the world that could contend against it. Even if one looked through the ages, they would not be able to find many who could rival them. Now, it had almost recreated the glory of the era of venerable sovereigns at the end of the myths. God's organization merged with it, and the white-haired elder god led the crowd to join them. All of this was because of the existence of Godchild, which made them acknowledge the legitimacy of the celestial court. Godchild was sealed into the celestial source by Yi Fan, hoping that he would shine in the future, and not in this world. Now, Yi Fan's magic power was unrivaled, and he could smelt all kinds of origin liquids. He did not lack such divine treasures. I, Great Emperor Yufeng, will return one day. This little fatty gave himself a name, and the meaning was clear. He wanted to stand at the peak of the universe. The Dao Palace organization also ceased to exist. The woodcutter old man, the yellow-toothed old man, and the dragon-bearded man passed away one after another. Before they passed away, they left all their people to Yi Fan. The yellow-toothed old man's granddaughter was sealed into the celestial source. She was a stunning little girl. In the past, people always thought that she was a boy, and they had high hopes for her. Otherwise, that old man would not have asked her to deal with the chaos body and the egg laid by the sky blade. At 4,000 years old, Yi Fan stood at the peak of human Dao, and it was difficult for him to be defeated. However, he had regrets in his heart. He had been working hard for so many years, wanting to find the way to live forever. He kept searching and searching, but it was easier said than done. Now that things had come to this, he could only take that step himself. Then, he would look back and judge everyone. One old man after another passed away, and it made him sad. Boom! On this day, a wave came from the depths of the celestial wilderness. Others might not be able to sense it, but Yi Fan opened his eyes in a flash. Immediately afterwards, Yi Fan descended outside the Big Dipper, watching as an expanse of chaotic immortal earth broke apart. Lightning radiance overflowed into the heavens, shattering that ancient immortal earth. There was a mortal light that flew out. The lightning was extremely powerful, but this wasn't the main point. For Yi Fan, it wasn't much. What was shocking was that there was immortal energy seeping out from within. It was extremely rare. Immediately afterwards, he knew who this person was. Great waves appeared in his calm state of mind, and a look of joy appeared on his face. He took a step over. Ah, it hurts like hell. Is your grandfather's heavenly tribulation going to end or not? It hurts like hell. Villainous heavens, be a bit more gentle. I still want to live a few more years. I finally broke free and crossed a quasi-emperor tribulation. Could it be that you still want to hack me to death? Motherfucker, you're still trying to climb all over me. This young master is annoyed. If you don't end it, I really am going to be done for. This person clearly lacked confidence. Yi Fan laughed. This person's personality was still the same, and his big mouth hadn't changed. Even when he was crossing a tribulation, he still didn't stop. As expected of a great Lama. I beg you, heavens, be gentler. Come, kill my gentleness. Please don't be so violent. A person whose flesh was split open, and his body was covered in blood and lightning, jumped up and down, wailing continuously. That person was Tu Fei. He had disappeared for almost 4,000 years, and he had only reappeared today. In the past, in the North Pole, Yi Fan had already found him, but after they parted ways, they hadn't seen each other again. It was as if he had disappeared from this world, without a trace. Even after Yi Fan made all sorts of deductions, he still couldn't find him, and it was difficult to find him. Unexpectedly, he had crossed the quasi-emperor tribulation today, and had reappeared in this world. Woof, that person is, the brat that I lost? The large black dog also came, and he was a bit guilty. When Yi Fan left the celestial court, they were all surprised, because he hadn't stepped out of the undying mountain for more than 1,000 years, so they all followed him all the way. Tu Fei. Li Heishui shouted excitedly, tears filling his eyes. Now, only 2 or 3 of the small bandits were left. Pang Bo laughed loudly, both excited and sentimental. He said, we haven't seen each other for more than 3,000 years, and we still have a chance to drink together. This feeling of reunion is so good. I missed you so much, and you're all still alive. Awoo. Tu Fei shouted like a wolf. He had been suppressed for so many years. Be careful when crossing the tribulation. Yi Fan reminded him. With this group of people here, he naturally wouldn't have any problems. He smoothly ascended and became a quasi-emperor. He quickly rushed over and hugged them. His face was full of tears, but he was laughing loudly, crying and laughing at the same time. F***ck, after you crossed the tribulation, you lost all your clothes. I'm a man, let go of me, Longma shouted. Everybody laughed loudly. When he hugged the large black dog, Tu Fei's eyes straightened immediately, as if he wanted to eat him alive. He gritted his teeth. I have something to do. You guys talk first. I'm leaving. The large black dog was slumped. He wanted to run away, but it was the first time he didn't have the courage to do so. Stop right there. Tu Fei grabbed his tail and didn't let go. Men shouldn't touch each other. Let go of me. The Black Emperor's big eyes rolled. In the end, he squeezed out such earth-shaking words. Everybody laughed. Tu Fei was so happy to reunite with his fellows. He started to tell them about his experiences over the years. Chapter 1794. With tears and snot, he told his story. To him, it was a dark history. He was trapped on the immortal path, completely isolated from this world. What? Everybody was startled. Unfortunately, it's not the immortal path of this generation. It's the path from millions of years ago. Granny dug the ancient path and broke the primordial chaos. We fell into the unknown primordial divine soil. Speaking of the old woman, Tu Fei was sad. That senior from the same generation as Crazy Ol couldn't resist the time heaven blade. She had passed away. However, she had taught Tu Fei many things. They had dug the vestige to collect the northern pole immortal light. Now, they were trapped on the immortal path. You became the quasi-emperor. You went against the natural order, Li Heishui exclaimed. With Tu Fei's innate endowment, it was impossible for him to reach this step. Yi Fan could see it more clearly than Li Heishui. Tu Fei had finished his transformation. His innate endowment was different now. It wasn't early to become the quasi-emperor at 4,000 years old. However, his foundation was solid. It's the Nirvana Sky technique. Unfortunately, Granny didn't succeed. I died once and was reborn. Tu Fei didn't conceal anything and told them everything. Tu Fei returned to the celestial court. Knowing what had happened so many years ago, he couldn't help but sigh. The chaotic dark world and the golden age made people sigh. Especially when Yi Fan became the emperor, he was astounded. Then, he felt relieved. No matter what, he was the quasi-emperor now. Time flies. We've achieved so much. Tu Fei sighed. Then, tears welled up in his eyes. He would never see many people again. 3 of the 5 bandits were dead. He would never see Lu Kou, Wu Zhongtian, and Jianghu again. Some of them were killed in the ancient tribe and the Killer God dynasty. Others were killed in the chaotic Dark Era. Oh! Tu Fei cried. Time flew fast. 4,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. He would never see his friends again. Li Heishui and Yi Fan were sad. They patted his shoulder, not knowing what to say. Black King stooped his head so low that it almost touched the ground. He had sent Tu Fei Chuan away. After so many years, he had finally returned. However, it really couldn't be blamed for this. Back then, the situation was critical. Everyone was trapped in the Undying Mountain, and the Headless Horseman had appeared. It had no choice but to use the chessboard's formation pattern as an experiment to teleport people away. Saving one's life came first, accuracy second. Where's my grandfather? Tu Fei shivered. The old man is still here. He keeps talking about waiting for you to come back. Soon after, Tu Tian was brought over. He really was too old, already entering his later years. In fact, if not for Yi Fan extending his life with his blood, he would have died many years ago. Grandpa! Tu Fei screamed, his face wet with tears. Little Fei, you're finally back to see your grandfather. The old man's eyes were watery. He shivered and pulled Tu Fei's hand, his lips shivering. He cried. He had lived for so many years, and he had also made a name for himself, yet in the end, he was only waiting for his grandson's return. He couldn't let it go, his heart full of grief. Grandpa, long live. I'm back. From now on, we will never separate. I want to show my filial piety to you, Tu Fei cried. He knew that only 1 or 2 of the 13 great bandits, whose names had shaken the entire Eastern Barren continent, were still alive. If they didn't die in the Dark War, they would have died of old age. It made him sad. His grandfather Tu Tian had survived because he had an obsession. He couldn't let go of Shi Yan and hoped to see him again. As I can see you, I'm satisfied. Even if I have to die, I won't have any regrets. Tu Tian's hair was white, his eyes empty. Tears rolled down his face. Grandpa, you can't die. I want to show my filial piety to you, Tu Fei screamed. Foolish child, how can people not die? Several thousand years have passed in a flash, and the new generation will replace the old. This world belongs to you, and people like us will slowly die and disappear. Tu Tian seemed to be consoling him, but he also seemed to be deeply moved. I don't want you to die. I don't want my grandfather to die. Tu Fei cried like rain. Yi Fan wanted to refine the peerless god blood to prolong Tu Tian's life. No need. Thank you, little Yi. It's been so many years. I feel guilty. If I didn't want to see Tu Fei, I wouldn't have let you waste a drop of blood. Tu Tian refused. Everybody tried to persuade him. However, he shook his head persistently. How can I do that? The so-called peerless god blood is consuming little Ye's life. It's the origin of life. We can't waste it on me. It's okay. The Celestial Court has the King Pharmacist. They can keep him alive, said Yi Fan. Seeing his grandfather die, he didn't feel good. I've waited for my grandson. I don't have any regrets. I'm satisfied now. I can go and accompany my old friends. We, the great bandits, can reunite in the underworld. I miss them so much, said Tu Tian absent-mindedly. He was absent-minded. The great golden era will come to an end eventually. Heroes will die. Time is like a knife. At that time, you guys will need the King Pharmacist more than me. I can see a tragic era coming. It's better to leave the divine pellets to kids like you. Everybody was startled, then sighed. Half a year later, Tu Tian left this world. Tu Fei had accompanied him for the last part of his life. The old man left contentedly without any regrets. Time flowed like water, and it could no longer be turned back. Another 1,000 years had passed. Yi Fan was more than 5,000 years old now. His blood qi was vigorous. When other people reached this age, it was a sign that they were about to leave the peak of their life, heading towards their old age. However, he had just started. He had the saint physique, so he could live for 10,000 years. Today, he had become the heavenly king. It was hard to say how long he could live. However, time was merciless. It couldn't take away his youth, but it was harvesting the lives of the older generation. During this time, old Saber Hancho, the grandson of the killing Saint Chi Luo, passed away. His life had come to an end. Not long after, the Big Dipper sent the bad news. The Red Dragon Daoist, who had helped Yi Fan, passed away. Then, the Peacock King and the Crow Daoist also passed away. The 5,000 years old Yi Fan was unrivaled in the world. No one dared to challenge him. However, he felt great sorrow in his heart. The people who had helped him passed away one after another. It made him sad, but he had no real solution. He wanted to prolong their lives, but he was rejected. The saint blood was like a divine medicine, especially when he had become the heavenly king's saint physique. His blood was even more precious. However, it was just like what the people who rejected him had said. Blood qi was his life. To prolong the lives of others, it would consume a part of his lifespan. When the elders passed away, they would rather die than let him consume their lifespan. The Qilin medicine and the peaches of immortality had ripened once. They were picked and preserved. The elders didn't eat them. They wanted to leave them for the next generation like Yi Fan, the monkey, Yi Tong, Yang Shi, and Komatsu. When the golden era ended, they would need them in their later years. Although Yi Fan was unrivaled in this world, he couldn't do anything. He was searching for the path of immortality, but those people couldn't afford to wait. In these 5,000 years, it was difficult for him to meet a worthy opponent. However, he couldn't do anything about the passage of time. He couldn't bring back the youth and lives of those people. Sometimes, Yi Fan would gaze at the starry sky alone. He often didn't move for an entire night. His relatives and friends passed away one after another. This made him sad and lonely. His wife and daughter had also left, and it would be difficult for them to meet again. Although he stood at the peak of human Tao, he couldn't change anything. After a few thousand years, would his peers all die? At that time, he would be even more lonely. From the earliest Uncle Jiang, Zhang Wuya, to the later victorious Buddha, Gu Tianshu, Qi Luo, and then the human devil, the old madman, Tu Tian, and now the Crimson Dragon Daoist and the others. They passed away one after another. If this went on, how could he accept this kind of sorrow? In the following years, large numbers of heavenly soldiers began to grow old. There were also heavenly generals who died. The generation of the celestial court began to grow old and pass away. As time passed, Yi Fan was already 6,000 years old. His unrivaled power flourished even more than in the past. Not to mention having enemies, it was already difficult to find someone who could take a single move from him. However, he became even more desolate. As far as the eye could see, there were many more tombstones in the celestial court. Large numbers of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals died, buried in the heavenly garden. There were also some familiar old friends who would never return. The autumn winds rose, the cold biting into one's bones. Yi Fan stood in the cemetery and looked at the tombstones. His heart was cold. He walked past step by step, becoming more and more silent. Now, the people of the celestial court were all old. Up until now, only the monkey, Yi Tong, Yang Shi, and the others still had blood energy surging like a sea, reaching the peak of their lives. Around 6,000 years old was their most glorious age. Their might shook the cosmos, intimidated the world. During these years, when they appeared, no one could resist them. They were revered in the heavens above and earth below, extremely resplendent and glorious. However, if time continued to flow on, they would be like the noon sun. In the end, they would tilt westward, gradually leaving their peak. Apart from them, the others had long since gone downhill. Like the setting sun, they were no longer in their prime. This year, an important combat power of the Celestial Court, the peak expert Shan Huang, reached the end of his life. He passed away in meditation in Undying Mountain. As for the other great demons who had escaped from the 18 layers of hell with him and followed Yi Fan into the Celestial Court, they had already died many years ago. In the same year, after leaving the underworld, the half-human, half-demon Gu Xinao's body disintegrated. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, an end to this muddle-headed life. The peerless combat power of the Celestial Court began to pass away one after another. This meant that after the Celestial Court reached the peak of its glory, it would begin to wither like all living things in the world. It couldn't escape this law. It would fall into desolation and the curtains would fall. It wasn't just the Celestial Court. The entire world was the same. All bloodlines were showing signs of aging. After the incomparably glorious Golden Era developed to its peak, it began to decline. Everyone knew that the Great Era was about to wither. This law of change was irresistible. The development of all living things was destined to decline. The Jade Fall monarch is dead. The Netherworld King Physique contended for hegemony in the Golden Era. Now, its old injuries have flared up and it has turned into dust. The Feather Monarch defied the heavens and broke through. He died with his bones crushed. The Brahma Battle Physique's old injuries triggered new Tao injuries and he has turned into dust. The Void Celestial body has aged and is sitting in the fossil chamber. News came one after another. One after another, world-shaking heroes reached the end of their lives. The Great Era was showing signs of decline. The so-called Golden Era was truly about to wither. There were even more tombstones in the Celestial Court. At a glance, the tombstones were like a forest. An entire generation of heavenly soldiers and generals had passed away. The wind blew away the fallen leaves, making this place seem very desolate. Yi Fan stood there, not moving for a long time. "Master, seal me." A voice came from behind Yi Fan. It was Komatsu. He was in the most glorious era of his life. He was still young, simple and pure. Time had not left any traces on his face. "I want to protect the Celestial Court. One day, when even Master is no longer young, I will come out. I don't want it to wither. I want to let its glory continue," Komatsu said seriously. Chapter 1795. Komatsu had a serious expression on his face, resolute and decisive. The great world was withering away, making one feel a bleak atmosphere. Yi Fan looked at his disciple, sighed softly, and nodded, "All right." This was a major event that had far-reaching effects. There was no lack of outstanding geniuses in the next generation of the Celestial Court, but in the end, there was no one like Komatsu and Yi Tong who could fight supreme beings. The glorious flourishing era was about to come to an end. Many people were already old, the Celestial Court had no choice but to take precautions as well. At the very least, Origin Ancient Mind still hadn't been pacified, no one able to find where it was. Yi Tong and Yang Shi knew that they were all here. Looking at Komatsu, they couldn't help but feel a little sad. Even though they were strong, they still couldn't find the longevity gate. "Master, seal me as well," Yang Shi said. When Yi Fan heard this, he did not nod. After a long time, he said, "There is no need to rush. Go back and think about it carefully. We still have divine medicine that can allow you to live another lifetime." Yi Fan turned around and walked through the Celestial Court. Most of the people he saw were new faces. Thousands of years had passed, and the new generation had replaced the old. Now, the children of Li Heishui, Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, and the others had already become the mainstay of the Celestial Court, and their prestige had shaken the region. However, their good friends were obviously old. Pang Bo's thick hair was already mixed with white hairs. Although his body was still burly and his waist was straight, he was no longer young. Pang Tao, you better work harder. Otherwise, I'll punish you by making you go into seclusion for 10 years. You won't be able to see anyone. Pang Bo was reprimanding his great-grandson. He already had many grandchildren. There were a few children there, all of them strong and spirited, full of vigor. Under the old ancestors' berating, they cultivated with worried faces, winking at each other from time to time. Yi Fan smiled. Many of his generation were old, but when he saw the younger generation, he felt gratified. He thought of himself back then. Now, apart from Yi Fan's line of descent, the rest of them already had groups of children and grandchildren, and their homes were bustling with noise and excitement. The older generation continued to pass away, and the sadness was diluted by the vitality of the new generation. Little Wu, stop right there. In the distance, a small golden monkey that was only a few years old ran over with a whoosh. It was as fast as lightning and grimaced in pain. It was obvious that it had just been beaten up. Suddenly, a large golden hand tore through the void and reached over, grabbing the little sacred ape, Lil Wu. The sacred prince appeared and grabbed his child. Yi Fan was speechless. Among all the descendants of the monkey lineage were the most troublesome. The fertility of the sacred battle apes was extremely low. Up until now, the monkey had finally had a child. The child's talent and strength were shockingly strong. Although it was not said that the child was the best among the younger generation, it was close. The celestial court also had high hopes for this little monkey, hoping that he could surpass his father's generation. The little sacred ape's mother had a shocking background. She was the six-eared macaque who had fought against the sacred prince for many years. When the macaque brought her back 500 years ago, she was so shocked that her jaw dropped. There was no doubt that she was also a peerless powerhouse. She was so powerful that the strength of the celestial court was greatly supplemented. At first, Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and Hua Hua named the little sacred ape Sun Wukong, which was similar to the Buddha's Dharma name. However, it was strongly opposed by its mother. She once chased after Hua Hua for 100,000 miles and beat him until he covered his head and fled. "Brother Monkey, you can't control the child like this," Yi Fan said. Little Wu nodded pitifully and said with tears in his big eyes, "I won't dare to do it again. Father, don't hit me anymore." When Yi Fan learned that the little monkey had made a mess in the heavenly palace and played with the descendants of a group of heavenly soldiers and generals, almost tearing down the main hall of the celestial court, he was a little speechless. Yi Fan left. He had already decided in his heart that he would definitely seal those old friends who were about to die in meditation in the future. Even if they didn't agree, he had to carry it out. When he walked out of the Undying Mountain, he just happened to see Longma taking a stroll. Although it was older than Yi Fan, it was still full of vigor because it had eaten more than one medicine king in the past. However, it was starting to decline. In the distance, the Black Emperor, accompanied by the two Silver Blood Emperors, walked over in a leisurely manner. It had also aged, and it had lost its wild aura of the past. Even its pitch-black, silk-like fur had started to turn gray. Yi Fan knew that this fellow had eaten the immortal divine phoenix medicine and also received the cleansing of its fur by Great Emperor Wuxia. Its foundation was very strong, so it wouldn't be a problem for it to know its lifespan. "I'm too bored. Let's go out for a walk," the Black Emperor said. Yi Fan nodded, and walked out of the celestial court with the large black dog and Longma, entering the galaxy. "Sigh, I really can't accept this. So many years have passed, and I've waited for more than half of my life, but I still haven't seen the birth of the innate saint physique." Yi Fan smiled bitterly, and didn't say anything. The galaxy was boundless, and they walked past one galaxy after another. A golden path was laid out under their feet, and they would soon be able to cross to another place. When the various races in the universe saw this, they were all in awe. They knew that this was the celestial arch coming out. Although he hadn't appeared for many years, the legends about him had never stopped, and shook the world. The celestial arch is immortal, and lives long in the endless tribulations. Long live the celestial arch. Everywhere, there were people cheering from the bottom of their hearts. Yi Fan had flattened a few great forbidden areas, and his might shook the universe. He had dealt with the source of the dark chaos, and many powerful races admired him. Our generation is old. The Black Emperor was serious for once. He sighed, and looked into the deep galaxy. The frivolous years will never return. We can't return to the past, Longma said. Sooner or later, I'll see through the longevity method. I hope that at that time, I'll still have old friends by my side, said Yifan. The vast universe and the boundless sky were constantly receding under the golden path. Suddenly, Yifan revealed a strange expression. He stopped and looked at the distant galaxy. Only his divine will could be so terrifying in this world. A single thought could shatter the 9 heavens. He sensed the abnormality in the extreme depths of the starry sky, and he opened his heavenly origin immortal pupil to take a look. The golden path spread out, carrying Yifan, the Black Emperor, and Longma across the starry sky, and arrived at a desolate land. There was a vast expanse of mist there. It was boundless and hazy, and it was as thick as lead clouds. The pressure actually caused the void of the universe to crack, and it covered the sun, moon, and stars. What is this thing? Longma sucked in a cold breath. After the gray mist covered a large number of stars, it swallowed them. After the essence was sucked away, only dust was left. Yifan thought about it and remembered a scary thing he had seen in the past. Back then, when the Eternal Star area was fighting Big Dipper, they had encountered a mist like this. It destroyed many battleships and scared the saints. They did not dare to get close. It was called Devil Mist. The ancient books of the Eternal Star area had written about it. It was extremely scary, but as for what it was, the records were not clear. No one knew. It was a legendary forbidden item. It was an annihilation class item. It was difficult to determine whether or not it had a will and whether or not it was a living body. This thing is related to the undying Sky King, said the Black Emperor with a serious expression. The Black Emperor revealed a solemn expression. Over the years, he had researched many unique books regarding the Great Emperor without beginning and the undying Heavenly Emperor. Today, let me see exactly what the Devil Mist is. Yifan said. He brought the 2 of them forward. Now that he was Sky King, nothing could stop him. Not even the things left behind by the undying Sky King could stop him. What a dense baleful aura. I know it now. It's really the same as recorded in the ancient book that Duanda dug out from the tomb that he gave me. This is a mutation of the corpse chi formed by the decay of the Emperor's corpse, the Black Emperor said. Under normal circumstances, even if an emperor died, they would not die. When they could not protect themselves, they would become the path. There had never been a case of an emperor's corpse rotting. But when things reached an extreme, there would always be abnormal things. Yifan broke through the mist and walked inside. His expression changed. This mist was very strange and scary. Someone as strong as him could resist it. However, if it was someone else, they would not be able to stay here for long. The closer they got to the core, the scarier it would be. This could definitely turn Quasi-Emperor level 9 people into pus and blood. This mist is so scary. Longma was shocked. When they approached the core region, Yifan released radiance. The mist in this region was especially astonishing. It was like an emperor beast that could devour the essence blood of a supreme being. It actually wanted to seize his essence energy. Not simple. If this type of thing was used to deal with old supreme beings, it would be extremely useful. It would make their blood energy even drier up. Yifan said. It's actually this type of thing. The Black King was speechless. He brought out a green jade tortoise. This was something Yifan brought out from the ancient palace altar in the absolute beginning forbidden region, gifting it to the Black Emperor. After so many years had passed, it had long researched what it was. Someone used great magical force to seal a half-emperor corpse inside, nurturing corpse energy. This was a formidable magical artifact, but the people back then could not use it. The green jade tortoise had all types of formation patterns arranged inside. Its body rotted away, growing for endless years, turning into the most powerful rotting energy. Only now could it be used. Yi Fan's heart moved. He took the green jade tortoise and used great magical force to carve symbols on it. It had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. Even a plant scripture could become a heavenly treasure by refining it like this. Then, he used the mouth of the green jade tortoise as a guide and sucked in all the gray mist. At first, it was like a roaring river, and then it was like a surging ocean. The world quickly became clear, and starlight shone in. "There's someone in the distance," Longma said. Yi Fan nodded. He still noticed it, and he saw another strange object. In the end, the gray mist was completely collected. Yi Fan handed the green jade tortoise to the Black Emperor and told him the method to activate the symbols. This had already become a forbidden artifact. A stone island floated in the air, and a deep pool was on it. Divine Soul Pond. Yi Fan had once crossed the bitter sea of numinous treasure celestial being and seen it in the Permitha divine land formed by the Tao Palace. There were 3 kinds of strange flowers in the world: the demonic god flower, the divine flower, and the Tao amalgamation flower. There were also 3 kinds of strange substances related to immortality: the reincarnation sea, the divine soul pond, and the flying fairy waterfall. The Permitha divine land had already been broken in the battle back then. After many years, Yi Fan had never thought he would see the divine soul pond again. It appeared here, and it was surrounded by demonic mist. "I know. The divine soul pond is something left by the immortal emperor. It's too terrifying. His soul has completed a complete transformation." The Black Emperor was shocked. He combined the ancient books and restored the incomplete secret information. He concluded that the immortal emperor's primordial spirit was reborn. After the essence of his body was absorbed, it was abandoned and turned into gas. Above the stone island, there was an ancient palace floating. The aura of life that he had sensed before came from there. That ancient building was very mysterious. It floated in the universe and blocked all auras. Even the Black Emperor and Longma couldn't detect it. "There's someone in there. Don't tell me that the immortal emperor is back. Is he reborn and going through a transformation?" Chapter 1796. Yi Fan's divine will was extremely powerful. Even the palace built by the primordial emperor and the countless runes laid down couldn't stop him. He instantly knew who was inside. "It's been so many years. How are the 2 of you? Brother Yi, is it really you?" The door of the ancient palace was pushed open, and a man walked out. He was tall and majestic, and his body was as strong as a dragon. His skin was bronze, and his long hair was loose. It was very thick, but there were a few strands of white hair mixed in. "Demon god?" Longma was shocked. He had seen him on the ancient starry sky path back then. "Southern demon." The Black Emperor sighed. He was one of the geniuses of Big Dipper back then. It had been so many years since they met again. It made people sigh at the passage of time. At that time, Southern Demon was in his prime and full of youthful energy. Although his blood energy was still vigorous now, and he had become a peerless expert, he was already over 6,000 years old. Yi Fan also felt rueful in his heart. It was the last time they parted on the ancient starry sky path, and they met again today. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years had passed. If he was an ordinary person, he would have already turned to dust. Southern Demon was extremely powerful, and could be said to be this world's top combat strength. He was also an unconventional cultivator. Behind him, there was another person. She had a tall and graceful figure, but her black hair had already turned white. Although she used her magic power to maintain her youthful appearance, it was clear that she had suffered from the impact of time. It was Qi Huishui, Princess Qi of the Southern Mountains. Meeting again made people speechless for a long time. Youth was fleeting, and beauty aged easily. When peerless beauties couldn't withstand the passage of time, they would grow old in the wind and frost. To them, this was the most cruel thing. Who could understand the feeling of watching their youth fade away and their gray hair take root? Yi Fan. Qi Huishui sighed softly. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't open her mouth. She wasn't as powerful as Southern Demon. The marks of 6,000 years on her body were relatively more obvious, and her blood energy wasn't as vigorous. Southern Demon and his sister came over to meet. Yi Fan captured a meteorite and cut it into a stone table and stool. He took out good wine and reminisced with these two old friends. "You become a great emperor?" The Southern Demon was astonished. Then, he understood. They had been trapped here for many years and too many things had happened. They actually didn't know that Yi Fan had already become a celestial arch and that the ancient palace was isolated from the world. However, the Southern Demon was not an ordinary person and would not lose his composure. "It's been so many years. It feels good to see you again," Yi Fan said. As the number of people he was familiar with dwindled, he would eventually be defeated in the passage of time. He cherished every single one of his old friends and did not want anything to happen to them. "This is the soul pond left by the immortal Sky Emperor." "I already know." Yi Fan nodded. The Southern Demon recounted what had happened. Back then, they had discovered that ancient palace in the void of the universe. When they entered it, they discovered that it was the place where the undying Heavenly Emperor had once comprehended the Tao. This had shocked them. The brother and sister were cultivating there, but they never thought that as their cultivation level increased, the ancient hall would be activated, and the divine soul pond would shatter the space and arrive. The demonic fog would also appear, surrounding them and trapping them. Fortunately, the ancient palace was special and could prevent the corrosive gas from approaching. As the Southern Demon's cultivation deepened day by day, in recent years, he felt confident in leaving. However, he sensed the wonders of the divine soul pond and was unwilling to leave so easily. Yi Fan sighed softly. The corrosive gas here was extremely powerful and could even injure supreme beings. It was truly astonishing that the Southern Demon could cultivate to this level. He had already achieved the Tao in a different way. Just as the Black Emperor had speculated, the divine soul pond was the remnant of the undying Heavenly Emperor's soul after his transformation. Yi Fan stood in front of the pond for a long time. Then, he walked around the ancient palace and deeply felt how terrifying the undying Heavenly Emperor was. He was an unimaginably great enemy. They gathered here for a long time. Qi Huashui was very silent. She was once a peerless goddess, but now, her youth was gradually fading away. She felt sad and found it hard to speak when she saw an old friend. Only when it was time to leave did she sigh softly and say, "You haven't changed much." Yi Fan watched them leave. When they were about to disappear into the starry river, the Southern Demon turned around and said, "Brother Yi, this might be the last time we meet. Take care." Yi Fan was silent and sighed. If nothing unexpected happened, the Southern Demon would choose to seal himself and would only reappear after thousands of generations. Goodbye. On the way back, Yi Fan was very silent. Only after a long time did the Black Emperor say, "Let's walk around a bit more." "There's nothing to do anyway." Yi Fan nodded. Seeking the method of longevity wasn't something that could be comprehended through seclusion. Since ancient times, so many heroes had been stuck. He naturally didn't believe that he could break through the heavens just by immersing himself in Tao comprehension. This journey lasted for more than half a year. They passed by many star systems and caused a great commotion. The Celestial Emperor's tour caused all races to revere him. Many great races came out to welcome him and invite him in, but they were all tactfully declined. Along the way, they saw many things and sighed inwardly. This glorious era had reached its end and was truly about to come to an end. Zhang Byron, Tai Chu, and the others had long disappeared. It was rumored that they had already sealed themselves. They wanted to leave their hopes and ambitions for the future, hoping to defy the heavens and return. Soon after, they saw a few world-shocking bloodlines that were already declining in their later years. There were even more people who were also starting to grow old and show signs of fatigue. Ah, is our youth finally going to end in this flourishing era? The most resplendent era, the most glorious era. What did I see? Nothing more than this, nothing left behind. In the end, we just hurriedly passed by like this. We are just passers-by, nothing more. Someone was laughing loudly, tears even flowing out. The autumn wind rose, and the yellow leaves withered. This flourishing era was finally going to end. The stars were resplendent. They were so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. So many people with imperial talents fought for supremacy, but in the end, there was only a single celestial emperor who towered above the 9 heavens, overlooking the many generals. The stars grew dim, and the heroes were all sad. Since the legendary era, there was a prophecy that the true immortal path would open in this era. The glorious great Tao would lead to the other shore, directly reaching a world of immortality. However, this similarly came to nothing, leaving people with too many regrets. The immortal realm was just that high and distant. Supreme beings shed tears of blood and heroes grieved. All of this came to an end in this world's legendary era. Countless experts' blood splashed across the starry skies in the great era's struggle, dying. Too many heavenly geniuses were buried in the starry river. 6,000 years of great battles, 6,000 years of glory. Perhaps it would continue for another 10,000 years, but the curtains would still fall in the end. No one could stop it. I used my blood to write sonorous war songs. I used my life to blossom with brilliance, and in the end, I listened to the great sorrow of the world. Is this the end? Many people raised their heads towards the heavens. The heroes of the past were all full of vigor and vitality, but now, their hair had already turned white. Moreover, many of them died, and the remaining ones were already covered in the wind and frost of time. Is it going to end just like this? I am unwilling. What can a golden age do? Long songs were weeping, the tears of heroes flowing. How could they forget, how could they let go? A great era was going to end just like this. The heroes in their prime were all gradually growing old, their curtains were about to fall. After experiencing a great era, they watched as a world of prosperity blossomed like fireworks, yet they were going to wither just like this. Yi Fan continued forward, his words becoming less and less. The more he saw, the more silent he became. Was he finally going to send off this era? Look, the heavenly emperor is sending us off, haha. Someone laughed loudly, tears long flowing. Correct, the heavenly emperor is sending us off. He had previously competed with us in the same generation, farewell to this era. Sorrowful laughter rang through the skies, staggering into the distance. Yi Fan and the others continued forward, arriving at the ancient land where they had previously fought. This was a star domain that had been shattered during the Dark Age of Chaos, a ruined expanse. At that time, Yi Fan still hadn't become an emperor yet, fighting completely out of hot-bloodedness, carrying the resolution of certain death. He threw himself into the battlefield like a moth flying into a flame. When they turned around, the entire path was mottled with blood. There were ruins everywhere, countless star ruins. The blood of all types of creatures dyed this ancient land red, but it still hadn't dried up. This was a dream-broken star Earth, the people of the past couldn't return anymore. GZ, how I wish for you to be alive so that we can drink a cup together. Yi Fan said softly. He thought of many things. There was also the father-like white-robed divine king, and the unparalleled sickly old man Gai Jiuyo. They had sacrificed too much. How can we forget that even though the Sun Saint Emperor was only left with a piece of human skin during the chaos, he still defied the heavens and returned to fight until his blood ran dry. Longma also sighed softly. Back then, in the Ziwei star domain, the human emperor's skin reappeared. Even in death, he still wanted to protect the creatures of an ancient star, and in the end, the last drop of blood flowed from his eyes before falling. There was also the Void Emperor, who spent his entire life quelling chaos until his death. In this era, he still had to shed his last drop of blood, and in the end, only half a broken mirror accompanied him. As they talked about the past, they all sighed. Even Yi Fan had great sorrow and found it difficult to control himself. Suddenly, the Black Emperor stopped, and Longma also turned his head. Only Yi Fan didn't stop, continuing to walk along this blood-stained battlefield. There was a figure there. It's you. Yi Fan recognized her. It was old man Gai Jiuyo's only disciple, Xia Jiuyo. In the past, she was a genius girl. At the age of 13 or 14, she was able to stand up to the little Peking, Yao Guang, and Yi Fan, shocking the eastern wasteland. In the past, she was willful and unruly, but in the end, she was defeated by Yi Fan and taught a ruthless lesson. Many years had passed, and this genius girl had changed greatly. She had long grown up, and her clothes were as white as snow. Her face was full of sorrow. Xia Jiuyo was beautiful and moving. She had already reached the quasi-emperor realm several thousand years ago, and her strength was extremely astonishing. However, there were still a few strands of white hair in her beautiful hair. Why are you here? Seeing her, Yi Fan couldn't help but think of Gai Wudi. His heart was filled with grief, and he still remembered the tragic scene of the sickly old man straightening his back and shouting, "Who dares to fight me? I'm looking for master," Xia Jiuyo said. Tears hung on her face, and she looked very sad. After so many years, she had actually been searching in the cosmos. She didn't believe that her master had died. That was her only relative, and she wanted to find him. Yi Fan felt bitter in his heart, and his nose turned sour. Even though he was a celestial emperor, he still couldn't hide this kind of emotion. In the past, he had awakened 300 years after the darkness chaos ended. He had once searched like crazy, but he didn't find anything in the end. Unexpectedly, there was someone even more persistent than him. She had searched for more than 5,000 years, and she was still searching today. The old man doesn't wish for you to be like this, Yi Fan advised in his heart. Master is with me, and he will return. I found a part of him, Xia Jiuyo said mournfully. Unfortunately, I only found a drop of master's blood. Xia Jiuyo's eyes were filled with tears. She carefully held up a divine crystal, and there was a bright drop of blood sealed within. Was it really left behind by Senior Gai? Yi Fan was greatly grieved. He looked at it for a long time, and then he walked into the depths of the shattered battlefield. He couldn't help but roar towards the sky, his heart filled with too much helplessness and unwillingness. It wasn't just Gai Jiuyo. So many people also appeared in Yi Fan's heart. Too many people and matters had passed away just like that. The past events, day after day, scene after scene, seemed to be right before his eyes. Yi Fan displayed the Emperor Fist. In this ruined battlefield, it struck the 9 heavens, releasing rumbling thunder. There was also a sad song that moved the stars. After the desolate era, the world moved. The Big Dipper beacons were thick. Time stopped, and the ancient race was in chaos. Sword chi rushed into the heavens, and blood dyed the rivers and mountains. Zither and drums sounded, metal spears cried, and cold light flickered, illuminating the starry sky. Unyielding, asking who was the hero under the heavens. Immortal clouds rose, supreme beings appeared, and the path of immortality was fought for tens of thousands of eras. Fight, fight, fight. The starry sky collapsed, and all life trembled. White hair dyed in blood, thousands of corpses, the resentment of young girls in pools of blood, the chaos and war of the mortal world. Blood splashed in the sky, and swords rushed into the heavens. The chaos of 10,000 ages, the lament of the end of the world. Mountains and rivers like blood, who could pull them back? All life called out, and the human emperor fought against the heavens. Blood and tears dried, the world was dark forever. It was hard to see in the void, and the night flower appeared and withered. A sad song could not bury the heroes of 10,000 ages, and half a broken mirror accompanied them. Time was like a knife cutting down the proud sons of heaven. The path of immortality sighed enchantingly. The opening of blood and bones was a sorrowful picture scroll. How many heroes were buried in foreign lands, and how many brilliants could not be seen again? 9 dragons pulling a coffin, stirring up chaos in the world. White hair whistled and sang, and the end couldn't be found on the path of heaven. The emperor's blood burned the starry sky, and the words of the immortal path were eternal. The beauty sighed, and the hero was in his twilight years. The mortal world lasted for 10,000 years, and the immortal path couldn't be seen. Battle. Chapter 1797. Yi Fan roared crazily, hair disheveled, blood energy surging. Emperor fists rumbled, making the stars in the heavens tremble, changing their trajectories along with him, all of them resonating. He moved the sun, moon, and stars, the 9 heavens 10 earths beneath his feet. Unfortunately, he still couldn't change anything. Those heroes had long passed away many years ago. Meanwhile, what was even more tragic was that the people at his side were also passing away one after another. He could only watch helplessly. Only after a long time had passed did he calm down. What was left in this life? There was only battle. A boundless long life battle diagram was laid out before him, needing him to use his entire life to battle. Xia Jiu's white clothes were like snow. Even though she was exceptionally beautiful, she was still extremely wooden. She had been searching for her master's whereabouts for so many years. Right now, she was completely dispirited, walking alone, extremely lonely, heading into the distance. Wait, let me think of a way. Perhaps I can make Senior Guy reappear in this world. Yi Fan called out from behind. When he saw the past genius young lady like this, it was hard for him to calm down. Is there a way? Xia Jiu turned around, her eyes carrying watery mist. Meanwhile, the strand of white hair within her fine black hair was especially striking. I am searching for all types of long life methods, just that they aren't all that mature yet. There is one method that I can give a try. Yi Fan said honestly. 6,000 years, most of his time spent comprehending the Tao. He walked quite far on this path, drawing on all of the Tao and paths the ancients could expound. What method? I wish to borrow the power of faith to make Senior reappear in this world. Yi Fan said. However, he sighed inwardly. He knew that the chances were extremely slim, almost impossible to succeed. Only, when he saw the genius young lady grow old, moreover in such a pitiful state, he hoped that he could find a type of spiritual sustenance for her. Of course, this wasn't to say that there was no chance of success. This was the great Tao of Amitba, something that Yi Fan had previously researched for 500 years, producing many problems. During this process, Yi Fan had previously sighed. That old monk had reached great heights in this Tao, surpassing all previous generations. The Sakyamuni could be considered a rebirth of a portion of his divine will. Can it really succeed? Xia Jiu's eyes were filled with tears. After all these years, she felt helpless and sad, but there was nothing she could do. Yes, but I need your help. Yi Fan gave her faith. Good. Xia Jiu's eyes flashed with an astonishing radiance. The group returned to the celestial court. After returning, Yi Fan personally built a temple and began to seal gods. This was a shocking move. In the name of the celestial arch, he established a grand temple in the cosmos. His voice rumbled, shaking the sea of stars and spreading to every region. That day, he was incomparably serious, personally presiding over the sealing of the 9 underworlds as a deity. The first wave of willpower that surged towards the divine temple was his celestial emperor will, making that place hazy with golden light, forging a precious body. The second wave of willpower was Xia Jiu's will that was filled with sorrow. Even though it couldn't compare to heavenly emperor will, it was still radiant and holy, pouring in. With a loud explosion, streaks of lightning struck down from the sky as if they were going to punish such a heaven-defying action. After all, this was a great emperor who was trying to become a god, and there was a high chance that he would succeed. Disperse. Yi Fan angrily rebuked. 2 streaks of blazing lightning erupted from his eyes, shattering the lightning tribulation and destroying the heavenly punishment. All of this was completed with a single thought. This kind of mighty power shocked the mortal world. The 9 underworlds' divine temple was grand and magnificent. It stood at the side of the celestial court. As soon as it appeared, auspicious light shone and multicolored colors filled the sky. The sickly elder's phantom appeared indistinctly. This truly shocked many people. The experts of the world were incomparably shaken. Everyone knew that Yi Fan definitely used a supreme technique to construct this divine temple and touched upon the forbidden domain. The monkey, Pang Bo, Li Heishui, Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, Yan Yishi, the Black Emperor, and the others all came. They couldn't help but sigh and pay their respects because the sickly elder was worthy of all of them paying their respects. That day, many experts rushed over from all over the cosmos, all of them sighing in admiration. On the hazy divine position of the divine temple, there really was a figure sitting cross-legged. Yi Fan's method was too heaven-defying. The many experts of the celestial court paid their respects like this, causing the entire divine temple to shine with golden light, and all sorts of strange phenomena were triggered. Because they were all experts, their psyche power was naturally extremely powerful. Is it useful? The monkey asked in private. I don't know, maybe, replied Yi Fan. The inheritance of the flesh and blood was the continuation of life. The transmission of faith was also the immortality of the spirit. Yi Fan studied the Tao of faith and restored the various ancient techniques of Amitabha. The life imprints of the ancestors lived in the bodies of the descendants. And the faith of the experts who had been passed down by the people of the world lived in the hearts of the masses. As long as they were awakened, they might be able to return and create another Gai Jiuyo. This was the fundamental reason why Yi Fan tried this method. Xia Jiuyo was the great priest of this divine temple. From this day onwards, he began to preach to the world. He hoped that more people would remember his master's kindness and have their psyche power surge over. Of course, this required more concrete and practical actions. She began to do all kinds of good deeds every day. She used her great magic power to appear in the major star regions, in the mortal world, in the cultivation world, to help others. After that, every star that had a giant city of the celestial court built a grand divine temple. It developed everywhere because truly becoming a god required a huge amount of faith power. In the central divine temple built by Yi Fan himself, a drop of blood was sealed in a divine crystal. It contained a powerful wave of life and was placed in the hand of the hazy, divine body. With Yi Fan's current strength, he could naturally use this blood to revive Gai Jiuyo's body. But that would only be the body. It wouldn't have a spiritual sense. Therefore, he didn't do it. Uncle, my father wants to invite you over. On this day, Ji Qingdao rushed over. Although he was no weaker than his father and stood in the quasi-emperor's domain, there were a few strands of white hair on his head. Yi Fan nodded. He took a step out, bringing him back to the ancient star where the Ji family was currently located. This left Ji Qingdao horrified. Was this the methods of a celestial emperor? He felt that he should be able to fight against supreme beings, but compared to Yi Fan, he was still far inferior. After many years, Ji Haoyue's hair had already turned gray, gaining a type of dignity. He was truly like an unrivaled divine king, looking down on the world. Now, the Ji family was extremely glorious. The only flaw was that they lost Ji Ziyue. This made many people feel sentimental, missing her greatly. However, because of this, the Ji family's might shook the universe. It was because Ji Ziyue became an immortal. She was of the Ji family's bloodline, the descendant of the Void Emperor. As such, she left behind an endless legend. The void mirror is shining, sometimes bright red and resplendent, as if blood is surging. Ji Haoyue took out that half-broken mirror. The mirror's surface was dim. Right now, there were no abnormalities, as if it was covered in a layer of rust. The ancient marks recorded the cruelty, glory, and achievements of the past. It had to be said that this was a legendary precious mirror that was dyed in the blood of too many supreme beings. It had a chance of becoming an immortal mirror, much more powerful than ordinary emperor weapons. It only lacked an opportunity. Unfortunately, it didn't wait until the moment of transformation. Back then, Yi Fan had previously studied this mirror, even more so entering the flying immortal star because of it. Unfortunately, he didn't discover any abnormalities with this mirror. Later on, he returned this mirror to the Ji family. He didn't want to see this object and think of them, feeling emotional. This was the first time he held this mirror after becoming a celestial emperor. He immediately felt a wave of fluctuation, a type of life aura. The divine mirror didn't die, lamenting in loneliness. Unfortunately, ordinary people couldn't hear it. I will reforge you. Is there anything you want to tell me? Yi Fan said softly. He displayed matchless magical force, operating great divine abilities. This was the first time he explored the void mirror like this. Things were no longer the same as before. As a celestial emperor, he could do many things he couldn't do in the past. With a hong sound, Yi Fan opened up a hazy space in the void mirror. That was the location of the sealed void. In the past, no one could move it, unable to open it. Even the void mirror himself couldn't do anything, because it was half crippled. At this moment, the hazy void opened up, and a broken half of a bloody corpse fell out. This made Yi Fan's heart grieve greatly. Meanwhile, the usually dignified and steady Ji Haoyue couldn't help but cry out, "Little ancestor." What? He's little ancestor? Ji Qingdao also cried out. Everyone from the Ji family hurried over. They were all alarmed, and a huge commotion broke out. GZ. Yi Fan trembled. He reached out his hands to carry this half of the corpse. His hands were full of blood, and the body was in tatters. There were injuries left behind by a supreme being everywhere. It really was GZ. Yi Fan's heart was trembling. In the battle back then, he had watched helplessly as this broken half of the mirror left with this broken body. After that, he had searched for it for many years, but he couldn't find it. Today, he finally saw it. Before the Void Emperor disappeared in the end, he apologetically left his child's body and sealed him in the broken mirror, leaving behind a ray of hope. Yi Fan deduced the truth. GZ was in the mirage where the deity born from the precious mirror should be sitting cross-legged. He was eternally sealed by a mysterious power, and this was also the reason why the broken mirror would occasionally emit multicolored light for so many years. It needed to circulate its essence to seal GZ. On the half of the corpse, the head was still there. Under the situation where Yi Fan concentrated supreme blood essence, a faint fluctuation was actually transmitted over. GZ. Yi Fan shouted loudly. He was so excited that he was trembling. Is little ancestor still alive? His sea of consciousness is already dead, but there seemed to be a bit of spiritual consciousness fluctuation just now. I must save him, said Yi Fan. He carried GZ, and like a sudden clap of thunder, he tore apart heaven and earth and directly returned to the celestial court. On this day, he was in seclusion, and no one was allowed to disturb him. He used supreme magic power to defy the heavens and seize GZ's life. GZ, you must come back to life. We three brothers still need to drink to our heart's content. How can we not have you? The monkey rushed over after hearing the news. Even someone as unyielding and domineering as him almost shed tears. He thought about the past when he fought with Yi Fan and GZ against the heavenly prince, Huang Shudao, and the 8 divine generals. Yi Fan came out of seclusion and carried GZ's broken body. He plucked the Qilin immortal herb and refined it into GZ's body without hesitation. He's Uncle GZ. He's so pitiful. Uncle Yi Fan, you must save him. The little sacred ape said with a childish voice. It was rare that it didn't jump up and down and cause havoc in the heavenly palace. In the end, Yi Fan built a majestic temple and placed GZ inside to seal him. Of course, it was different this time. He only sealed GZ halfway because he felt that GZ hadn't completely died yet. On this day, thunder rumbled in the celestial court. Auspicious light broke through the 33rd layer of heaven. Yi Fan used supreme magic power to construct the divine altar of creation, hoping to awaken GZ in the future and bring him back to life. Kacha. On the same day, on the ancient Amitabha planet, in front of a dilapidated temple covered in weeds, a stone Buddha cracked open. At the same time, a stone golden-winged rock appeared on the shoulder of the Buddha and began to shine. Then, it turned golden. Chapter 1798. Yi Fan kept his promise. He recast the void mirror and repaired its body. Over the years, he killed supremes, flattened the life-forbidden zone, and smashed many ancient emperor weapons. Although most of them had become scrap metal and lost their divine essence, there were still some celestial materials left. He spent several years reading the void scripture and studying the remaining formation patterns of the mirror as well as the gods who were still alive. Finally, he repaired it with celestial materials and made the void mirror reappear. He returned it to the Ji family. This matter shook the universe. Who would have thought that there was still a remnant body left behind from the chaotic battle of the dark side? It might be able to recover and come back to life. Then, Yifan ordered all the cultivators in the universe to search for the broken eternal universe furnace, hoping to save the other hero. This was the first time he issued the celestial Thearcha's oracle. This was because he had personally witnessed the eternal universe furnace shattering, accompanying the white-robed Jiang Taishu into the distance. It was also like a broken mirror that was buried in the void. When he saw that scene, he had some doubts. He felt that the two great emperors used the body of their descendants to fight. Maybe they would find a way to protect their descendants in the end. This time, seeing Ji Zi's remnant body confirmed Yifan's conjecture. How could he not be excited? That was why he mobilized so many people and ordered the whole universe. Of course, this was not forced. He promised that if someone found a valuable clue, he would give them a complete Tao scripture. And if someone could really deliver the broken eternal universe furnace, Yifan promised that as long as he was alive, he would protect the prosperity of this clan. Celestial Thearcha's promise was so grand. Naturally, many people were tempted. The Jiang family heard the news and set out. There was hope for the divine king to come back to life. How could they not tremble? They searched everywhere in the universe. Jiang Yifei, Jiang Kaixian, and Jiang Tingting took the lead. They swept through the universe, wishing they could turn this world upside down and find the divine king's whereabouts. Not long after, someone came to the celestial court and brought back shocking news. They knew where the eternal universe furnace was. The Herculean Bull Demon clan was definitely a powerful clan in the universe. Although they had never produced an ancient emperor, no one dared to look down on them. In the past, after an earth-shattering battle, a rain of blood wrapped in half a broken divine furnace fell on their ancient star. Even though the emperor weapon was destroyed, it wasn't something an ordinary star could stop. However, the ancient star the clan resided in was extremely mysterious. There was a heavenly cave, and those who went down had never come back alive. The eternal universe furnace fell inside. Then, all of the clan's experts acted together, covering and sealing the heavenly cavern. After so many years, when Yifan became the celestial emperor and issued such a powerful celestial emperor decree, they finally hesitated. In the end, after some discussion, their patriarchs personally went to the celestial court to inform them of this news. When the celestial arch set out, who could stop him? Yifan brought the old ox devil and descended on this ancient planet in an instant. Then, he arrived before heavenly cave with a single step. With a raise of his hand, he undid the seal. It was pitch black below, deep and immeasurable. So that's how it is. No wonder it can conceal one's aura. Yifan sighed. The universe was boundless and full of secrets as expected. This was an abandoned life-forbidden zone, and there were ancient emperor rank formation patterns inside. Moreover, there was more than one. He went deep inside and found the blood-stained broken furnace. He discovered that this should be a life-forbidden zone from the chaotic ancient era. Unfortunately, the supreme beings inside had already died of old age, transforming into the Tao. Apart from great emperors, anyone who came here would die without a doubt. They wouldn't be able to walk out of the 5 emperor rank formation patterns. Yifan nervously opened the eternal universe furnace. As expected, he found half a broken body inside. His hair was white like snow, and his appearance was young. It was precisely Divine King Jiang who had lived a second life. Divine King. Yifan called out with a trembling voice. The Divine King had done him a great favor. Without the other party, he wouldn't be where he was today. The Divine King's song sighs at the world. Back then, He used divine blood to wash the Tao for him, protecting him as he grew up. Moreover, during the Jade Lake meeting, his zither music intimidated all races. But now, there was only a broken body covered in blood. It made people's hearts tremble. The Divine King in White's life was full of ups and downs. After being trapped for many years, he came back alive, but his beauty died in front of him. Thus, he left for the great wilderness and lived a second life alone. There was no happiness, only sorrow. He fought the ancient race, quelled the darkness, and ended up like this. Yi Fan carried his blood-stained broken body back to the celestial court. On this day, another temple was built beside the celestial court. It was grand and majestic. Yi Fan sealed another great void god. Divine King, come back. He called out, full of emotion. Since he started cultivating, Yi Fan's will was stronger than steel. But recently, he had been greatly touched. Gai Jiuyo, GZ, and the Divine King in White were the greatest pain in his heart. Now, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. The three majestic temples stood side by side, glowing day and night. The first thread of telekinesis was personally offered by Yi Fan. With the nourishment of the Celestial Emperor's light, the multicolored light broke through the sky. Yi Fan repaired the Eternal Universe furnace and handed it to Jiang Yifei personally. After that, he gave the scriptures to the Herculean Bull Demon tribe and promised to protect them to prosper. The condition was that the tribe did not commit any grave mistakes. Hundreds of years passed. Other than the three gods' sealing altars, there was also a small temple and a shack beside it. The small temple was Hua Hua. All these years, Yi Fan had evolved the unparalleled power of the Buddhist faith. It greatly inspired him, so he worshipped himself on the altar to comprehend it. The Buddhist faith did not decline, and the faith was still flourishing. He was a top-notch figure among the Buddhists, and his name had already shaken the world. He could obtain a large amount of faith power. Other than him, the shack also flashed with splendor from time to time. There was an altar there, and the Black Emperor sat cross-legged on it. He looked dignified as well. The Black Emperor had really aged a lot. His satin-like fur had completely turned grayish-white. Most importantly, he was no longer as strong as a bull. His body had shrunk to the size of a normal dog. He also started to study this method of longevity. Unfortunately, he did not gain much. If the power of faith could be looted, he would have jumped up long ago to snatch it. Ayo! Suddenly, on this day, Hua Hua cried out loudly. Blood flowed out from the space between his brows, and he fell down from the divine altar. His entire body shone with Buddhist light. This left the Black Emperor shocked, and it also left the Celestial Court's troops shaken. Hua Hua was now the quasi-emperor, and his strength was extremely great. How could this type of unforeseen event happen? Yi Fan, the monkey, and the others were all startled. They hurried over immediately. This was in front of the southern heavenly gate, so who would dare to plot against Hua Hua? Hua Hua seemed to have transformed into the Tao. His entire body was covered in light, illuminating all directions. He was incomparably divine. Only, blood continuously flowed out from the space between his brows. Yi Fan supported him up, and after a brief inspection, he understood everything. He then stood up and said, "You even dare to touch my disciple?" He stood in front of the southern heavenly gate, and with a slash of his right hand, the void was torn apart. He then forcefully grabbed out, and the entire ancient Amitabha star began to tremble, rumbling with noise. Celestial Emperor. Celestial Emperor is angry. All the creatures on the ancient Amitabha star trembled, feeling the might of the great emperor. There wasn't a single one of them who didn't tremble and kneel down. However, this situation didn't continue for long. The Celestial Emperor's hand grabbed a stone Buddha and disappeared from this place. The great crack in the void closed. This left everyone horrified. This was the Celestial Emperor's methods. He stood in front of the southern heavenly gate, and there were countless galaxies between them, yet he was able to investigate this place with a single move. On the stone Buddha, a golden-winged great peng spread its wings and took to the sky. It struggled with all its might, but it couldn't escape from Yifan's palm. It wasn't a material object and was forged from the power of faith. However, it was extremely powerful, able to look down on the heavens and attack unyieldingly. What is your relationship with the Amitabha Buddha? Yifan asked. I am the protector of the Buddha. I had once come into being and was the uncle of the Sakyamuni Buddha. It chanted Buddhist sounds, and it was extremely astonishing. Even ordinary quasi-emperor wouldn't be its opponent. Everyone was shocked, especially Pang Bo, whose brows stood on end. He was an earthling, so he naturally thought of the legendary golden-winged Great Peng King. Why did you use a secret technique to injure my disciple? Yifan exuded power without being angry, causing this golden-winged Great Peng to tremble. It no longer struggled and landed in his palm. I am searching for the future Buddha. Yifan glanced at Hua Hua and immediately understood. Back on Mount Meru, he had already guessed that Hua Hua might be the future Buddha from the Buddhist gate. I found him. The golden-winged Great Peng King looked at Yifan with a type of reverence. Celestial Emperor, please allow my Buddha to return. Yifan didn't say anything. After a moment, he woke Hua Hua up and let him choose. There was a Buddha's relic on Mount Meru, but that wasn't the ultimate divine object for his revival. There was another nirvanic Tao fruit that existed on the ancient Amitabha star. It had been dead for hundreds of thousands of years, waiting for new life. It extracted the true consciousness of the past Buddha from the hearts of all living beings and gathered it bit by bit, condensing it into a stone Buddha. In the past, the nirvanic Tao fruit had been divided into three. The main consciousness entered Shakyamuni's sea of consciousness, and a part of the auxiliary consciousness entered the body of the western desert old monk. Later on, it crossed the shore with Yifan and entered Hua Hua's subconscious. The other part had always been in the stone Buddha on the ancient Amitabha star. I will always be me, not someone else. Hua Hua shouted after waking up. He chose the same path as Shakyamuni, not being Amitabha Buddha and only being himself. Alright, the path is under your own feet. This is your own choice. The golden-winged Great Peng began to burn, turning into flames of faith that melted the stone Buddha. Specks of light flew up from the lava and entered Hua Hua's body. However, at this moment, Hua Hua's heart trembled again. The Buddha was merciful and didn't force him. He couldn't steal his heart and chose to fuse with it. Amitabha Buddha, only today do I know that I am me. When the rain of light disappeared, Hua Hua's precious appearance was solemn as he chanted the name of Buddha. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that the Amitabha Buddha had really revived? The methods of the Buddhist gate were just too terrifying. Master. Hua Hua bowed towards Yifan. Are you still Hua Hua? The Black Emperor asked. Amitabha Buddha has long passed away in meditation. Of course, I am Hua Hua. It's just that there are a few more scriptures and insights in my sea of consciousness. Hua Hua replied truthfully. He couldn't bear it and wanted to accept the remnant spiritual consciousness. In the end, he was the one who obtained it. Is good karma repaid? The Buddhist gate's karma is used on oneself. The Black Emperor muttered. Then, he unceremoniously slapped down with his claw, smashing into Hua Hua's bald head. King Chang sounds rang out and sparks flew in all directions. The golden-winged Great Peng didn't disappear. It turned into a demon-subduing pestle. This was a weapon forged from the power of faith, and it landed in Hua Hua's hands. In the future, you and Xingyang will protect these three temples. Yifan said. There were no more suitable people than them. Hua Hua's gains on the path of faith should be great, and Heavenly Master Zhang Qingyang was also proficient in this Tao. Hua Hua immediately frowned. Time passed. This year, Yifan was 6,500 years old. During these years, his blood energy actually flourished even more and was always on the path of ascension. This was truly shocking. Boom! The sound of tribulation came from the celestial court with great momentum. Pang Bo revealed a joyful expression and said, Wen Chang has finally taken that step. Everyone revealed strange expressions. Zhang Wenchang was definitely a weirdo in the celestial court. With friends and relatives like Yi Fan and Pang Bo, the contrast was too great. His cultivation progress was extremely slow. For thousands of years, he was constantly surpassed by the younger generation after generation. However, he was always improving, advancing in an orderly manner, and finally, he slowly caught up. Every time, he would only break through when his lifespan was exhausted and enter a higher realm to extend his life. This always made people's hearts beat faster. This time, it was like this again. He looked like he was about to die of old age. 6,500 years old, he finally broke through from the Saint King realm to a higher realm. Not to mention in the celestial court, even in the entire ancient times, there weren't many people who dared to do this. Other people did it when they were young and vigorous. Only he broke through when he was so old that all his teeth were about to fall out. This made people extremely worried, afraid that he would die prematurely. However, Yi Fan's evaluation of him was very high. He said that Zhang Wenchang didn't have a short life, and his lifespan wouldn't be shorter than a peerless expert's. Wenchang broke through again. According to tradition, he has to return to his homeland to take a look. Yi, are you still not going back? Pang Bo asked. I'm going back, Yi Fan said. Okay, this time we'll go back together. Pang Bo was excited. Chapter 1799. A water blue star was right in front of them. It was beautiful and sparkling like a blue diamond adorning the starry sky. A few space vehicles would appear from time to time. They were like rays of light streaking across the sky. It was extremely beautiful. Yi Fan stood in outer space and looked down quietly. The sun and moon were like shuttles and time was like an arrow. 6,000 years had already passed. Looking back, what had he gained and what had he lost? He had been thinking about the distant starry sky battlefield all these years. What kind of time had it been? Both Zhang Wenchang and Pang Bo had come back more than once. Zhang Wenchang had to come back after his tribulation. In his words, it was a new life, so he had to come back to take a look. Pang Bo, on the other hand, brought his descendants to experience the customs of his hometown. It was an important journey in his life. As for Yi Fan, he had many misgivings in the past. His enemies were too powerful, so he was afraid of drawing the flames of war here. He had always restrained his impulse and feelings of returning. Later on, he was unrivaled in the heavens and earth and should have no such misgivings. However, his inertia had always prevented him from moving and turning back until today. I'll go down first. You guys take your time to watch, said Longma. It stirred up a stream of lightning and rushed into the star below. Yi Fan and the others also descended. With a flash of light, they appeared on a mountain peak. Spiritual energy was dense here. Humans were developing and the environment of the present Earth had improved greatly. It was now suitable for cultivation. Of course, this was also related to the essence energy that the 99 Dragon Mountains had begun to leak out. This was the fundamental reason. I'll be leaving first. After returning to Earth, Zhang Wenchang was very quiet. He didn't say much and left alone. When he entered the starry sky back then, his wife was pregnant and couldn't stay by her side. This was his life's regret. Later on, he found out that his wife had met a good man. With regards to this, he could only cry loudly on the other side of the starry sky and then silently watch and bless her. There were many ancient formations on Earth. After 6,000 years, people already knew that this land was far larger than they had imagined. They could already use scientific methods to uncover some of the dust-covered mountains and rivers of history. Now, the civilization here was developed. Not only was there resplendent technology, but there were also cultivators in the mortal world. This had long been accepted by the people. Master, martial uncle. When Yi Fan and Pang Bo arrived at the celestial island of Ponlai, an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion flew over and paid his respects. He was Yi Fan's former registered disciple, Zhang Yifan. More than 6,000 years had passed, and he had been the great sage for many years. However, in the end, he was unable to withstand the passage of time, and he was already so old. In comparison, Yi Fan was still young and full of vigor. He looked like he was in his 20s, and time had not left any traces on his body. This place became the base of the celestial court on Earth. The island was very big, like a continent. However, it did not appear in the mortal world, so it was difficult for outsiders to find it. Many disciples revealed strange gazes when they looked over, because he was too young, far more tender than their founder, Zhang Yifan. This kind of contrast was too great, too strange. Why aren't you guys coming over? This is your true founder. Zhang Yifan said. Panlei was shaken. Countless disciples rushed over, enough to number in the tens of thousands. Now, the celestial court had become the most powerful inheritance on Earth. It was incomparable. They had long since known that the founder had become an emperor in the cosmos and was known as the Celestial Emperor, invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, they had never seen or heard of the founder's return. Today, Yi Fan's sudden arrival caused a great earthquake. The disciples who were training outside also rushed over at the first moment, incomparably excited. Master. The next moment, Yu Weiyu and Yen Xiaoyu, the immortal couple on Panlei, woke up from a deep level of seclusion and came out to pay their respects. They and Zhang Yifan were both Yi Fan's registered disciples. Their aptitudes were extraordinary, and they had been to the Celestial Court's headquarters in the depths of the starry skies several times. What a pity, junior apprentice Sister Phoenix Goddess has passed away. Yu Weiyu sighed softly. Humans would grow old, get sick, and die, and cultivators were no exception. Even the few of them might follow in her footsteps after 1,000 years. It was difficult to reverse. Little sister Su Yi, she's also. Yen Xiaoyu said softly. She knew that she was the daughter of the master's confidant in the mortal world. I already know. Yi Fan sighed softly. So many years had passed, and it was impossible for his old friend Su Qiong to still be in the mortal world. She had long turned into yellow soil, and this made people powerless to defy the heavens. And Su Qiong's daughter, Su Yi, was young and lively back then. She was the little demoness in the eyes of Komatsu. Although she later embarked on the path of cultivation, she had finally passed away on this island after 6,000 years. 2,000 years ago, when Komatsu received the news, he had cried loudly. During his days on Earth, he and Su Yi had once been best friends. Now that Komatsu had been sealed and couldn't come here, he would most likely feel sad even if he didn't. The past events of the mortal world had all disappeared with the passage of time. His friends and relatives in the mortal world back then no longer existed. Yi Fan could only let out a long sigh. Pang Bo patted his shoulder and didn't say anything. He had come back several times to search for his parents and big brother's descendants. He was also very sad. Master, this way please, said Zhang Yifan. They walked into a cemetery behind Panlei Island. There was an ancient tomb here. It had existed for a long time, but it had been taken care of from time to time. The surrounding flowers and plants were fragrant, and snowy maples were everywhere. This was his parents' tomb. It had been moved here by Zhang Yifan and the others. That was because thousands of years had passed, and the blue sea had turned into mulberry fields. The outside world changed with each passing day, and the changes were too great. I want to be alone for a while. Yi Fan said to everyone. He had long heard that his parents' tomb was here. Even though his cultivation level was high, he still felt sad and his eyes became blurry. The crowd retreated and didn't disturb him again. Yi Fan sat alone in front of the tomb. No one could hear what he was whispering. They only looked at his back and felt very lonely. He passed the night like this without moving. Only at noon did he get up and walk to another tomb. Looking at the 2 words, "Si" carved on it, he couldn't help but touch it gently. He stood there for a long time. When Yi Fan walked out of the cemetery, the crowd couldn't see anything. They only felt that he was very lonely, but they didn't have the violent mood swings they had imagined after great sorrow. Only Pang Bo understood that those mortal years were more precious than anything in Yi Fan's heart. But in the end, they were lost and couldn't come back. In the next few days, Yi Fan explained the deeper level of comprehension of the great Tao to his disciples. He then left. He wanted to walk alone. Mount Longhu, Mount Gazao, Mount Zhongnan, Mount Amei, and other places left Yi Fan's footprints. Unfortunately, it was difficult to find an old friend in the world. The sect masters of the past had passed away many years ago. Daoist Qi Ri, Kunlun's sect master Xue Chen, and the Immortal Sword sect's sect master had all broken through to the Saint Realm. But in the end, they all passed away. Yi Fan walked into the mortal world. In the center of the city, row upon row of skyscrapers rose from the ground. In the distance, the environment was beautiful and the gardens were orderly. Spaceships flew across the sky from time to time, flashing with colorful lights. This was no longer the city he was familiar with. It had changed a lot. He came to the outskirts, but he couldn't find anything of the past. Yi Fan walked past a few old places and suddenly stopped. He caught a familiar fluctuation in the distant quiet villa area. He walked forward. "It's you." The door opened, revealing a beautiful face looking at Yi Fan in front of the lawn. It was a woman. Although she still looked young, her hair had long turned white. She looked at him in a daze and then came to her senses. She smiled and said, "You're back." She was Lin Jia, one of the people who crossed the starry sky and reached the other side. Later, she had a great opportunity to become the disciple of the old woodcutter. When the palace was merged into the celestial court, she left. She had white hair and a beautiful face. If it wasn't for her great strength and ability to preserve her beauty, she would have aged. Lin Jia invited Yi Fan into the house. She made him a cup of light green tea and put it on the table. This startled him, and he fell into memories of the past. Back then, he liked to make a cup of light tea, sit in front of the window, and read all kinds of books. It was a kind of enjoyment. After so many years, he had almost forgotten the feeling of the past. "You're very nostalgic. You still live in the original city," Yi Fan finally said. "I'm tired. I just want to spend my life in peace." "Some of the good things of the past are worth remembering," Lin Jia said. Tired, she revealed her true feelings. She was tired of everything in the starry sky, so she came back to reintegrate into the city. The old woodcutter had two disciples. One was Lin Jia, and the other was Zhou Yi. They chose different paths. Zhou Yi did not give in and kept moving forward. He had long broken into the quasi-emperor realm. He studied the 8 trigrams, and his strength was unfathomable. He was famous in the starry sky. With the disappearance of the palace, he did not join the celestial court. Instead, he chose to fight on his own, hoping to reach the top and enter the realm of the great emperor. However, more than 6,000 years had passed, and he was also old. At this time, he was looking at his hometown in the starry sky, his hair mixed with a few strands of snow. "I'm not the only one who came back. E is also tired. There's also Cade. He's old but not old at heart. He became the god of light in the west," Lin Jia said with a smile. At this time, Longma had strolled to the west. He was a guest in the divine light court and was making a lot of noise. "I say, yellow hair, you're really something. Not only did you run away from Mount Meru, but you also ran away after joining the celestial court. Now, you're actually becoming a god yourself. Do you really want to compete with the god you speak of?" Longma took big gulps of wine and chatted merrily with Cade in a temple of light in the depths of the void. Around them, some angels of the winged race were waiting on them. They all looked at each other. They really did not know where this divine being came from to make their master god personally accompany him. No matter how they looked at it, this person was like a great demon. In the villa area, Lin Jia sighed softly and said, "More than 6,000 years have passed. I wonder how many people from back then are left." Yi Fan thought about it. There were more than 30 people from back then, but there really weren't many left now. He said, "Other than you and me, there's still Zhou Yi, Cade, Pang Bo, Zhang Xiling, Lu Yi, Zhang Wenchang, Wang Ziwen, and Li Xiaoman." Lin Jia sighed, then suddenly said, "Why don't we have another gathering on Mount Tai? I still feel like I'm in a great dream. I really want to wake up." Yi Fan extended his divine sense and invited Pang Bo and Zhang Wenchang over. The two felt strange, but in the end, they both agreed to Lin Jia's suggestion. "Are we going to find everyone from the starry sky?" Zhang Wenchang asked. Several days later, the sun rose from the peak of Mount Tai. Clouds rose and rosy clouds rose. It looked like a fairyland. After nearly 6,500 years, the same people were standing here again. They looked up at the sky as if they were waiting for something. Chapter 1800. Amidst the morning glow, they stood side by side and gazed into the distant sky with complicated expressions. Those who should have come were all here. Wang Ziwen was originally on Heavenly Armament Ancient Star. He was the same as Lu Yi, who was hiding on Earth. Their cultivation talents couldn't be considered too heaven-defying. Now, the two of them had white hair and appeared old. They had reached the later years of their lives. Kai was very special. He wasn't the quasi-emperor, but he had come into contact with the power of faith and was nourished every day. Although he was also old, his blood energy wasn't too damaged. After so many years, Zhou Yi's strength was extremely astonishing. His might shook the cosmos and he could be considered a proud son of heaven. His eyes were resolute and his heart had never wavered. Although he and Lin Jia were disciples of the same master, their choices were different. He wanted to strive forward and become a supreme expert in the cosmos, achieving the Tao and becoming an immortal. Among these people, Zhang Xiling and Li Xiaoman were the most special. They were in a half-dead state because they were originally under the ancient abyss. Yi Fan had brought them out. In the present world, only the celestial emperor could do this. Only he had the face to do so. Otherwise, anyone who intruded would be killed. However, these two were very wooden. Only a little of their divine sense had recovered. Yi Fan had communicated with them before and asked if they were willing to return. At his level of strength, there was nothing he couldn't do. However, he could revive them because they weren't truly dead. The two didn't reply immediately. Their divine sense fluctuated as if it was fluctuating violently. Yi Fan, Lin Jia, Wang Ziwen, Zhou Yi, Li Xiaoman, Kai, Peng Bo, Zhang Xiling, Lu Yi, and Zhang Wenchang, a total of 10 people. This was a strange group that stood quietly on Mount Tai. The cosmos was so vast. Not everyone lived in seclusion on Earth. Only the celestial court had the ability to gather them and find them. It was still the people of the past, but there were a lot fewer. Those people could no longer be seen. Back then, they had set sail from here and set foot on the starry sky. They had an unimaginable life. Unfortunately, the miracle didn't happen a second time. They didn't wait for anything and couldn't wait for anything. They had long been mentally prepared for this. This was just a gathering. It was truly wonderful to be able to gather again after 6,500 years. Lin Jia smiled, but tears rolled down her cheeks. She said, "Life is but a dream. Why should I be so stubborn? Cherish and enjoy every day. I hope that every one of us will be happy in our dreams." She smiled and shed tears. She came over to hug everyone and bid her final farewell. Everyone knew that after this farewell, it would be difficult for them to meet again. "I'll accompany you on your final journey in the dream," Lu Yi said. Not everyone would choose to return to Earth. They would be in different parts of the universe and would have their own dreams. "On the road, my dream continues. I will fight to the end," Zhou Yi said. He had never been as determined as he was at that moment. "Now, I don't have any lofty ambitions. On the heavenly weapon's ancient star, I'm very satisfied living with my descendants," Wang Ziwen said calmly. Everyone knew that he had made a good choice and would certainly be very happy. But after reaching this step, who could truly let go of their profound strength? Kaida said, "Oh, my wish in this life is to find God and talk about the ideals of life. I want to ask him why he sent me to the starry sky. I've been a vegetarian on Mount Meru for so many years. I'm very grateful to him. But after I became the god of light, I felt that there was no more hope for me in this life. Time has cut off the great meeting that should have been between us. Yi Fan didn't say anything. His hands began to move, evolving a supreme divine ability. He wanted to trace the source of Mount Tai's past. That was because he was unwilling to give up. He wanted to find out the truth behind the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Nothing is greater than the mountain, and history is greater than it. This was Mount Tai. This was the truest evaluation of the ancient people. It was endlessly mysterious and was regarded as the place where all things were born. Yi Fan's hands turned a faint golden color. Thunder rumbled as if countless ghosts and deities were nearby. They tore apart the void and helped him explore the past and present. Pang Bo's expression changed. He knew that Yi Fan had used all of his strength and used a forbidden method. Today, he was already a celestial emperor. It was unknown how many years it had been since he had taken action with his full strength. This was truly astonishing. Boom! The world seemed to have been overturned. Then, countless ancient people appeared on Mount Tai. They built altars and offered sacrifices to the heavens. They were incomparably divine. A grand sacrificial sound rang out. It was so loud that even the deaf could hear. It made people feel like they were about to comprehend something. They wanted to kneel down and kowtow to the deities. Yi Fan was using a forbidden method to traverse the past and present, tracing the source. He hoped to obtain a clear explanation. The sages of history appeared one after another. They all stood on Mount Tai. Many people ascended into the sky, entered the Star Gate, and stepped into the cosmos. The ancient 72 emperors naturally weren't true great emperors. It was just a title. Yi Fan saw it. Boom! The noise became even more astonishing. In the end, it traced back to an extremely ancient era. It was suddenly obstructed by a figure, difficult to see through. That was a great emperor. It was extremely indistinct and couldn't be seen clearly. However, it blocked there, difficult to pass through. When using this type of secret technique, he feared encountering great emperors and ancient emperors. They were too powerful, able to erase all traces of the past. There was no way to continue tracing back. Yi Fan frowned. This type of secret technique from the Vedas was already useless. The space between his brows shone. He used the forbidden secret technique from the celestial emperor scriptures he created. Divine lightning rumbled and blazing lightning flickered. Hong! In the end, he pierced through that person. The celestial emperor's divine abilities were matchless. He continued to trace back to Mount Tai's source, hoping to see everything that had happened in the past. He traced back from the desolate era to the archaic era, but in the end, he was obstructed again. Moreover, it was several figures. In the end, he passed through with great difficulty. During this process, he saw 9 dragons pulling coffins back to Mount Tai several times before setting off again. However, each time, it was extremely difficult for Yi Fan. It was also a difficulty that obstructed his exploration. However, the bronze coffins didn't bring anyone away during those times. In the end, he reached the legendary era. This time, the obstruction was even greater. Blood flowed out from the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. Pang Bo and Zhang Wenchang were overwhelmed with shock. They knew that Yi Fan was defying the heavens. He used this type of secret technique that shouldn't exist in this world, injuring himself. No one could continuously travel through the river of time. However, Yi Fan went against the flow. The heaven and earth wouldn't tolerate it. It was fine if others traced back a period of time, but he went back to the legendary era. Emperor Venerable, is that him? This time, when the void image appeared, everyone saw a cauldron above his head. It was exactly the same as the green copper cauldron. Yi Fan coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. He was injured once again, but it didn't stop. That was just a void image in the end. Although it blocked his forbidden technique in the river and made it difficult to explore, it wasn't a real person. In the end, it was still penetrated. Going against the flow, the river of time seemed to have collapsed. Yi Fan traced back to the end of the legendary era, but he still couldn't see anything. Moreover, at this time, a barrier appeared. It was difficult to cross. He couldn't go against the flow of time anymore. There was a limit to one's strength. Even though Yi Fan was a celestial emperor with matchless strength, he still couldn't completely pass through time. However, he wasn't discouraged and continued to work hard. "Break for me," Yi Fan shouted. He continuously coughed out blood and his body was on the verge of collapse. In the end, with a hung-long sound, he actually smashed through that barrier and entered another era. Chaotic ancient time. Then, he saw a person standing at the peak of Mount Tai. He was the only one in the heavens above and earth below. His aura was indescribable. The Mount Tai of that time wasn't like this. It was too majestic. The sun, moon, and stars were all insignificant in comparison. It floated in the cosmos and wasn't on any stars. Then, he saw that person break Mount Tai. The most majestic part floated high into the sky and rumbled. "It's that." Yi Fan's eyes lit up. A golden beam of light shot out from his eyes. That was actually the heavens. The main part that was cut off was the 9 vast dragon veins connected to a coffin-shaped island. The Mount Tai of today was abandoned and what was left of it. The greatest mountain was it, and the greatest was it. After that, Yi Fan saw that person bury himself in a bronze coffin. The 9 dragons pulled the coffin and soared into Burial Island. Then, he left the heavens and entered the cosmos. "It's someone from chaotic ancient time." Yi Fan withdrew his secret technique. Rumbling sounds came from his body as his injuries healed. Blood stopped flowing from the corner of his mouth. After so many years, he was actually injured. This could be considered quite a miracle. If this news spread to the central region of the cosmos, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Could it be the true celestial emperor? Pang Bo frowned. The more he understood, the more chaotic his state of mind became. Some people believed that the ancient heaven created by Di Zun during the legendary era was an imitation of the ancients. Some ancient sovereigns believed that in that unknown era, there was a vast dynasty created by the master of the ancient desolate tower. He was the true celestial emperor. Di Zun's name was also borrowed from celestial emperor. Is this a reincarnation? The 9 dragons pulling the coffin began at Mount Tai and will return to Mount Tai. "We set sail from here," Yi Fan muttered to himself. "Is it the celestial emperor who is reincarnating?" Zhou Yi suddenly asked. "There are no reincarnated people. There are only reincarnated old things," Yi Fan said calmly, tracing back to the source. "Everything is to search for immortals. All the changes in the cultivation world since ancient times were caused by immortals." Many days later, Zhang Xiling was saved by Yi Fan. His spiritual sense recovered. He was very excited and emotional. He followed Zhang Wenchang to the celestial court. Li Xiaoman chose to step into the abyss of the ancient desolate era and did not look back. Looking back, 6,500 years had passed. The past was scattered with the wind. They met on Mount Tai and parted. Some people would stay forever. The matters of the mortal world were over. Yi Fan strode forward. He would not be affected by the matters of earth in this life. He did not leave immediately. Pang Bo and Longma came to the core of Kunlun, the land of immortality. The formation was densely packed and stole the fortune of heaven and earth. However, it could not stop the celestial emperor, Yi Fan. They arrived and saw the Dragon Head Peak. The divine spring gurgled and the fragrance of medicine assailed their nostrils. "This place is a miracle," Pang Bo exclaimed. He saw many medicine kings, just like the Medicine King Garden. In reality, the number of medicine kings had decreased significantly. They had all turned into essence and fed back to earth. Otherwise, there would not be such a suitable place for cultivation. If the celestial court is in trouble one day, this place might become a life-saving place, Yi Fan said softly. He began to search and study this place in detail. As expected, it was the arrangement of the Venerable Emperor and an Origin Emperor. To be more precise, the Origin Emperor was the Underworld Emperor. Moreover, Yi Fan also saw a name in the formation, Chao Yusheng. Tribulation Celestial being Chao Yusheng. This was carved by the Underworld Emperor himself. That was his first life and the root of his pursuit. He was reborn from the corpse of a celestial being. The Underworld Emperor knew that he did not have much time left and carved his own name. Tribulation Celestial being and the Underworld Emperor were the same physical body, not the same primordial spirit. In this life, he is Duanda. Longma shouted. Duanda is digging up the great secret underground. Is this out of instinct? His subconscious is making him search. He wants to find everything from the past, Pang Bo said. Chapter 1801. Yi Fan stayed here for half a month and studied the formation. Then, he seriously supplemented and rearranged this place, making it even harder for the outside world to break in. The most important thing was that he left behind the Celestial Emperor's imprint. He bestowed this formation with true life. It was as if he was here personally. As long as he didn't die, unless he was defeated, the formation couldn't be broken. Pang Bo looked at the immortal pond and felt a wave of fascination. That place was like a broken placenta. Did an immortal artifact really form here back then? It made him want to lie down and try. This world is naturally mysterious and wondrous. The ancestral land of the immortal mountain can actually nurture an immortal artifact. When Yi Fan heard this, he shook his head and said, that might not necessarily be the case. That period of time is too ancient, who can say for sure? Perhaps the immortal bell existed long ago, refined by someone and buried in the Kunlun realm. The so-called Venerable Emperor letting the immortal mountain nurture a second precious artifact might just be using it to refine it. Munch. Longma was the most honest. It bit off a king medicine in one bite. Its mouth was full of brilliant colors as it wolfed it down. Yi Fan shook his head. This fellow was just too greedy. In the past, it had already eaten a few king medicines and had long developed a so-called resistance to them. It didn't have much use anymore, yet it still didn't give up. It's really useless. Longma said embarrassedly. Then, it howled, the heavens are jealous of geniuses. I haven't even become an emperor yet, how can the heavens bear to accept me? Naturally, it also showed signs of aging. Like the afternoon sun, it was no longer at its peak and would become increasingly dim in the future. With a honglong sound, Yi Fan tore open the void and made this immortal land disappear. It was as if it had disappeared from the human realm. After wandering around here for a few more days, Yi Fan studied the formation and comprehended the great Tao. After understanding enough, he got up and was about to leave. Suddenly, a little white tiger rushed out. It was only a foot long and a sweet fragrance wafted through the air. Tao laws curled around it and auspicious light shot out in tens of thousands of streaks. It was extremely mysterious and astonishing. It's the immortal medicine. Pang Bo was shocked. During these days, Yi Fan had long noticed it. In reality, he had already noticed its traces when he first came here, just that he didn't see it clearly at that time. In the past, this undying divine medicine ran away like a frightened little rabbit, not willing to come over. But now, it seemed to be throwing caution to the wind. It took the initiative to show itself and transmitted a weak spiritual wave, asking Yi Fan to take it with him. Yi Fan was deeply moved. He had also reached this step, and the undying medicine had taken the initiative to follow him. In the ancient times, almost every great emperor would raise an immortal medicine to accompany them for a lifetime. It was rumored that the medicine contained a shocking secret. Then come with me, Yi Zichen said. There were only a few immortal medicines in this world, and each one was unique. This was the well-known white tiger divine medicine. It was shaped like a small white tiger with leaves, roots, and other things. Its entire body was snow-white like jade, multicolored light brilliant, immortal energy rising. It had long uprooted itself from the ground and flew over. Then, it entered Yi Fan's cauldron, hoping that the great emperor could protect it so that it didn't have to worry about outsiders plotting against it. Yi Fan left the immortal ascension pool. Divine light flickered in the outer region, and an old knotweed appeared. It similarly released endless auspicious light. He had seen it before in the past, and it was a stalk of half-divine medicine. Back then, the old knotweed had told Yi Fan that the great emperor had come, and the undying medicine was willing to accompany him, but was refused. It had also told him that the Yangxiang clan had come, and later on, the ginseng fruit tree left together with it. Great Emperor, can you bring me with you? The old Polygonum multiflorum seemed to be extremely moved. It never thought that the youth it met back then would become a great emperor today. It only had weak divine consciousness fluctuations. Just like the undying medicine, it couldn't cultivate. You don't need to do this. It's fine if you live in seclusion at the center of immortal ascension. No one will harm you. Yi Fan said after thinking for a bit. He tore open the void and sent the old knotweed into the central precious earth of the place of immortal ascension. He thought about many things. There was no immortal inheritance in this world. If one day, the celestial court would also decline, then this might be a pure land worth defending. He knew that Changbai Mountain still had a stock of half-divine medicine, the ancestral ginseng. However, he didn't care about it and left just like that. The matters of his hometown were settled. Yi Fan severed all ties with the mortal world, and thus ascended into the sky, never to look back. His most precious memories were left here. He would never forget them, and it was difficult to erase them. However, in the endless years to come, he would only occasionally look into the distance from the other side of the starry sky. 6,500 years old. He was like the sun at high noon, and he was still rising. However, the people around him were all beginning to grow old. Yi Fan decided to continue walking along the path of the heavenly road, and visit old friends from all over the world. This might be the last time he would see them. The Big Dipper, the southern region, and the Spirit Ruin Paradise were still there. However, a new location was built next to the original ruins. Back then, after the dark upheaval, the Big Dipper had been torn apart. Many mountains and rivers had been completely changed. The new location was still not big. The Spirit Ruin Paradise was still a small sect, but the fact that its inheritance hadn't been destroyed was its greatest fortune. Yi Fan and Pang Bo's journey of cultivation had begun here. Master, I've come to see you again. Pang Bo felt a lump in his throat as he walked into the ruins. There were many tombs in the ruins. Although they were a bit old, it was obvious that they weren't overgrown. People often came here to take care of them. There was an ancient tomb with the 3 words, Wu Qingfeng, carved on it. Pang Bo shed tears. That was his true master, and also the person who had led Yi Fan onto the path of cultivation. The old man had passed away more than 6,000 years ago, but he was still unforgettable. Although he had passed away, he was still very famous in the Big Dipper. That was because he had once taught a great demon, Pang Bo, who could be considered the Celestial Emperor's guide. Therefore, although the Spirit Ruin Paradise was small, it had spread everywhere. The reason why the Spirit Ruin Paradise could be rebuilt after the dark upheaval was completely because of Wavering Light Lord Vivian. Back then, she also came from this small sect. This was another reason why the small inheritance was so legendary. The Spirit Ruin Paradise didn't have any great experts overseeing it, but the people who came out from here were extremely stunning. There were 2 quasi-emperor and 1 celestial emperor, shocking the world. Yi Fan and Pang Bo didn't enter the Spirit Ruin Paradise because there was no one they knew. Generation after generation had passed away many years ago. Yi Fan came to the Wavering Light Holy Land. As soon as he stepped in, he alarmed Vivian. Now, she was one of the most powerful people in this world. Celestial Emperor Yi, Brother Pang. Vivian personally came out to greet them, which naturally shocked many people in the sect. How many people in this world could attract their patriarch like this? When they heard that the Celestial Emperor had come, they all trembled. Now, the Wavering Light Holy Land was full of divine mountains. Auspicious energy was everywhere, clouds were rising, and it was like a precious land of immortals. It was especially flourishing. Vivian had a pair of celestial spiritual eyes, which were rumored to be able to see through the path of immortality. After they sat down, they naturally talked about this. She didn't hide it and said, "Unfortunately, the path of immortality will open again in 1,000,000 years. Otherwise, I could use my eyes to help Brother Yi. There is a case that I want to consult the Divine Lord about," Yi Fan said, mentioning an old matter. Vivian nodded. She tore open the void and a prison appeared. An old man with disheveled hair was imprisoned inside. It was the great sage. He received part of Emperor Hangho's inheritance and taught Wavering Light and Hua Yunfei. "He lives in our holy land," Vivian said, pointing out his identity. Vivian pointed out his identity. In the past, he wasn't this powerful. He had only broken through slowly after the great changes in the world. Moreover, they weren't alone. It was just that those old antiques had long passed away, and now he was the only one left. Back then, he lent Wavering Light's black gold patterned cauldron to the king of Eventide to kill divine King Jiang in the divine city of the northern region. Vivian revealed the case. She was an extraordinary woman with superb methods and peerless talent. With her own strength, she plowed through the courtyard and swept through the acupoints, quelling the undercurrents in Wavering Light. She was in control of everything. When they were far away from the Wavering Light Holy Land, Pang Bo said, "I believe that she has also studied Emperor Hangho's methods." "It doesn't matter if she has or not," Yi Fan said. He walked into the Supreme Mystery Gate. It had been rebuilt, and the mountain gate had long been destroyed. They went straight to the new humble peak, and what was surprising was that they saw elder Li Ruoyu. Li Ruoyu often wandered outside and rarely came back. After they parted, Yi Fan had never seen him again. This was a pleasant surprise. "Greetings, Senior." Even as a celestial emperor, Yi Fan was still very respectful to him because he had received a great favor from him back then. Li Ruoyu was only a few hundred years older than him, so he still had plenty of lifespan left. Their lineage was particular about accumulating strength, and building an exceptionally solid foundation. And now, elder Li Ruoyu was in the quasi-emperor realm. Although he had yet to reach the peak, no one dared to look down on him. They knew that he would reach the peak sooner or later. Ding dong, far away, on a mountain peak, the sound of a zither could be heard. 100 birds were paying homage to the phoenix, and pure white petals danced in the air. There was a man with hair as white as snow, and he looked otherworldly. He was playing a celestial tune. Hua Yunfei. Pang Bo's eyebrows twitched. Yi Fan shook his head. That was Hua Yunfei's younger brother. Although they looked the same, had the same name, and had the same hobbies, they were ultimately not the same person. Perhaps even the heavens felt sorry for that otherworldly man, so there was another similar flower blooming. After many years, he entered the Tao with the zither and actually reached the great sage realm. Although his life was not glorious, his state of mind was peaceful and he was very satisfied. Yi Fan sighed and stood up. He bid farewell to elder Li Ruoyu and left. The ruins of the Ji clan were still there, and some of their clansmen were still here. Yi Fan unexpectedly met Ji Biyue. Most of their clansmen did not return after moving away. They were on another ancient planet. In the southern domain, there were not many people from back then. Old Madman, Crow Daoist, Peacock King, Nangongzheng, and the others had long passed away. They were all buried in the passage of time. In the end, Yi Fan passed by the Xiaoyao school and saw the young expert who was second only to Hua Yunfei back then, Li Yuyu. However, she was already old and did not have much time left. Li Yuyu could only sigh at such a reunion. Who would have thought that Yi Fan would become the celestial emperor? Back then, she and Ji Biyue had chased after Yi Fan to kill him. Their goal was to become his cauldron. She knew that as the celestial emperor, Yi Fan would not care about those things anymore. However, it still made her feel disappointed and frustrated. An era is about to end. "Are you sending us off?" She sighed faintly. What else could she say? Yi Fan passed by the central region and saw the leader of the Feng clan, the Wind Phoenix. From afar, Her hair was already as white as snow. When they met again, they could only nod in greeting. They both knew that this was probably the last time they would see each other. Time was heartless. The Feng clan could still be considered strong and prosperous. Under the leadership of the Wind Phoenix, these years could be considered glorious. However, when the people of the clan saw Yi Fan, they were incomparably respectful. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan was already standing in the northern domain. Chapter 1802. Yi Fan stood in the northern region. The land was scarlet and he couldn't see his old friends. There were many people here that he couldn't forget. It was an unforgettable period of time. The ancient races rebelled. The Purple Mountain Bell rang for 3 months. Ancestor Zhang Lin's consciousness didn't fade even after 10,000 years. The ancient races that fought alongside him turned into specks of light that morning. The peerless divine King Yuqi's zither music shook the surroundings. Blood dyed his white robes, his style peerless. There were too many people and too many things that were hard to let go of, and he couldn't forget. Yi Fan stood in the ruins. This was the place where ancestor Zhang Lin died in battle. Now, it had become a place of Dao transformation. Yang Yi, who had been sealed by Zhang Lin for 10,000 years, came here before passing away. Her tears fell like rain as she turned into Dao light. She could dance with Zhang Lin forever. Dying on the battlefield and being buried in blade light was the final destination of heroes. They gradually grew old and their white hair melted into the mortal world. This was the helplessness of heroes. Now, the 13 great bandits were all gone. There were only 2 minor bandits left, and they were both in the celestial court. It was difficult to find people who had passed by. Yi Fan's figure flashed and the void exploded. He temporarily separated from Pang Bo and Longma and went to a small world by himself. This was the small world of the 4th great bandit, the Green Flood Dragon King. Now, it had become a holy land of the demonic race. Unfortunately, even the Green Flood Dragon's son, Qingyi, had died. The former immortal palace had fallen a long time ago, because when the demonic race killed the ancient race creatures sealed beneath the palace, they destroyed the entire palace. Yi Fan's figure flashed and appeared on a mountain peak. The pine trees rustled in the distance, but this place was very quiet. There was a solitary grave with the 2 words, Qi Miao, carved on it. After so many years, the grave was old but there was no grass growing. Someone was taking care of it. Unfortunately, even Qi Miao's good friend, Jin Yan, had passed away. Now, there was no one who could ridicule or scold Yi Fan. Yi Fan sat in front of the grave. This was a good girl, but she had passed away too early. This made him sad. Jin Yan had once felt sorry for Qi Miao. She had teared up and said that she was just a passerby in Yi Fan's life. Yi Fan encountered many people in his life, but towards Qi Miao, he never forgot her. Only, even though he was a heavenly emperor, sometimes, he still felt desolate and powerless, some things difficult to do. I'm sorry, I didn't find the god's life flower. Yi Fan was dejected. He sat in front of the grave and spoke softly to her. In the past, he thought that he would be able to find the god's life flower after obtaining the inheritance of the Yuan Taoist master. However, after more than 6,000 years, he still hadn't found anything. It had been too long, more than 6,000 years. Even if there really was a god's life flower, it would be hard to defy the heavens. The more he knew, the more he understood, the more powerless he felt. The god life flower didn't even exist in this world, it only grew in the celestial world. In the past, including the 4th generation Yuan Taoist master, all those who searched for the god's life flower had never truly found it. Legend had it that they had misled the later generations. Mortal essence fruit, earthly fate fruit, heavenly deity fruit, these were divine treasures born from the stone. They were the products of the same divine item's evolution in 3 stages. The first 2 could be seen in the world, and the earthly fate fruit among them wouldn't be much inferior to the immortal medicine. As for the heavenly deity fruit, it had never been seen before because it only grew in the celestial world. It was said that when the earthly fate fruit evolved into a heavenly deity fruit, it would grow a kind of flower called the god's life flower. It could only be seen in the celestial world. But if he entered the celestial world, the immortal medicine's effects would increase by many times. Why would he need the god's life flower? A lonely grave buried an unforgettable person, as well as a period of feelings from his youth. Yi Fan muttered softly, talking about many things to the ancient grave. In the end, he stood up and walked down the mountain. Yi Fan. Yen Ryu appeared. Princess. Yi Fan turned back and didn't leave immediately. He also had many things he wanted to ask, so he was very direct. I want to ask about Azure Emperor. He might be buried in the ancient desolate tower, passing away while trying to achieve longevity. Yen Ryu was as beautiful as before. These were just her speculations. This was naturally shocking news, but Yi Fan was very calm. At this realm, what else could make him pale? Even if Azure Emperor was right in front of him, he would still be the same. Yi Fan left and met up with Pang Bo and the others. The 10,000 ancient races had all left. Now, the northern region was very cold and cheerless. Everything of the past could no longer return. The time in the divine city left a deep impression on Yi Fan. Gambling on stones, the great battle of divine kings, and other matters seemed to have happened just yesterday. Now, the divine city had risen again. When he walked in, the entire world was boundless, but he didn't know a single person. Yi Tiandi. Someone exclaimed, trembling in fright. Now, naturally, his portrait was already in the hands of the various races. It was not surprising that someone recognized him. After the news spread, the eastern wasteland was shaken. Old friends who were still alive all rushed over. It was still the same city, and the same people were still there. Brother Yi. The prince of the Great Xia in the past, now the ruler of the Great Xia, was already very old. He no longer had the vigor of the past. Yi Fan smiled. It felt good to be able to see old friends, especially when he saw that the little nun from back then was also here. It was just that she had already returned to secular life and was already old. You two siblings have a deep relationship. Yi Fan smiled. I'm already old. It's really good to be able to meet again. Yao Yuekong also arrived. He was now the old master of the Sky Demon Palace. After that, Jiang Yifei, the head of the Jiang clan in the northern region, and his sister Jiang Kaixian also arrived. They all sighed in their hearts when they saw each other again after 6,500 years. Let's have a good reunion, Jiang Yifei said. He was full of vitality and had actually achieved the Tao in a different way. He was extremely powerful, definitely on the same level as the Southern Demon and Yi Tong. Brother Jiang, you are really outstanding, Yi Fan said. Jiang Yifei said, I know that Brother Yi has always been suspicious of me. Now that things have come to this, there is no need to hide anything. I have indeed obtained part of the inheritance of Emperor Ruthless Ho. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Only Yi Fan sighed. In the past, he always felt that Hua Yunfei, Yao Guang, and Jiang Yifei's temperament was very special. They had a similar quality, and he used to have doubts. But now, he no longer had doubts. As a Sky Emperor, he could see through everything at a glance. They secretly chose Yao Guang and also came to the Jiang clan to choose disciples. In the end, I obtained the indestructible heaven art. But they were too ambitious, and in the end, the hidden cultivator of the Jiang clan was killed by the masters of my clan, Jiang Yifei said. Yi Fan suddenly understood. This might be the reason why the secret master of the Yaoguang Holy Land lent the black gold dragon pattern cauldron to kill Jiang Taishu. He had already become enemies with the Jiang clan. Not long after, the Jade Lake Saint, Dao Saint, and several other peerless beauties of the past came. Although they were very powerful, they were also affected by the wind and frost of time. Although they were still beautiful, their white hair had already taken root. More than 6,000 years have passed, and the divine fetus of the Jade Lake still hasn't been born, Pang Bo murmured. The Jade Lake Saint looked at Yi Fan and sighed. She said, with Brother Yi as a Sky Emperor, even the divine fetus doesn't want to face him, so it chose to live in the future. She used to be one of the most beautiful women in the Eastern Barren Territory, and now she had a large number of disciples, at least dozens of generations. When the purple clouds of the natural fetus of Taoism arrived, Longma couldn't help but let out a strange cry, but it was suppressed by Yi Fan. Longma was so anxious that he was sweating and couldn't move. He thought, "Brother Black Emperor, I want to shout for you, but I can't." During this time, another person came, and to Yi Fan's surprise, it was the Yin Ming-I, Li Disheng, who had entered the absolute beginning forbidden zone together with him. Priest Duanda came to me several times and asked me to explore the underground tomb with him. He even gave me some divine marrow. I have to thank Priest Duan for being able to live until now. The song ended, and everyone dispersed. Yi Fan toasted everyone one last time and stood up to bid farewell. Everyone sighed, they might not see each other again in this lifetime. Yi Fan walked in the divine city and murmured, "You said that a similar flower would bloom 10,000 years later and reunite with me. Now, more than 6,000 years have passed." Late at night, he wandered in the city alone and thought of a woman who had died many years ago. They met in this city back then. Unfortunately, Miaoyu Nunnery no longer existed. Not long after, Yi Fan's footprints were left in the northern plains. He wanted to find Wang Ting's master, the old crane. Unfortunately, it had passed away long ago, but it left behind an inheritance. Ancient Chaos Emperor had a successor. Yi Fan left behind a repaired monarch talisman and imparted the secret word of fort before leaving. He left the western desert and entered the central plains. He saw the silence of Mount Meru and the surging draconic energy of the central plains. In the western region of the central plains, Mount Qinling, he met a familiar person, a peerless genius from 15,000 years ago who had been sealed for 9,000 years. He was Central Sovereign Xiang Yufei. As expected, he was an extremely powerful genius. Yi Fan had heard that he had challenged the Golden Crow Emperor. The result was unknown, but it was expected that he had a glorious battle record. This was because he had been mentioned together with Gai Jiuyo. They were from the same era. Now, Central Sovereign was very lonely. He stayed by a lake and built a hut. There was an indescribable sense of disappointment and frustration on his face. Yi Fan invited him to enter the celestial court, but Central Sovereign declined. "I died once and was sealed for 9,000 years. I missed too much. The woman I loved died for me and threw herself into this lake. Now, I just want to stay here." Yi Fan recalled the past. When he had traveled with the sickly old man in Mount Qinling, he had seen Central Sovereign standing in front of this lake. Gai Jiuyo had told him about Central Sovereign's past. Two geniuses, two different paths, but the same desolation. Yi Fan left and met Princess Yu Dai's descendant. At the same time, he learned that another famous Princess Yu Ling in the Central Plains had passed away a year ago. Then, he found an old friend, Yi Huiling. Back when he had gone to the forbidden land of the ancient desolation to pick the immortal herb, she had helped him. Yi Huiling's vitality was still abundant because she had eaten the immortal herb, even though it wasn't a complete fruit from the immortal tree. Seeing Yi Fan again, she was surprised and pleasantly surprised. "What is this?" She saw Yi Fan pass her a teardrop. "This is a gift from little Nan Nan," Yi Fan said. "She always forgets the past. Does she still remember me?" Yi Huiling sighed. "Thank you for taking care of her back then. Even if she forgets those who treat her well, she will remember them again after a while." Yi Fan smiled. After parting, he met up with Pang Bo and Longma and entered the Central Plains Qishir Manor. Unfortunately, the old manor master had died many years ago. He repaired the formation altar that led to the outer realm and went south, entering the southern mountains. The demon imperial palace was as glorious as before, but the southern demon siblings were nowhere to be seen. This was the last time they would meet. In the southern mountains, many barbarians had returned from the outer realm and lived here. Dongfang Ye's younger brother, Dongfang Man, became the chief because Dongfang Yi was stationed in the celestial court. Senior Black Tortoise, rest in peace. Yi Fan paid his respects in front of a large tomb. The Black Tortoise was the protector of the barbarians. During the Jade Lake meeting, he displayed his divine might and protected the human race. Then, he paid his respects to the old barbarian king. That respectable old man had already passed away for thousands of years. "It's you." Yi Fan unexpectedly saw an old friend in the southern mountains. She had white hair and a beautiful face. Time had dyed her hair white, but it didn't cover her appearance. It was Yao Shi. The Yao Guang saintess from back then was now living in the southern mountains. Yao Shi saw him and had a complicated expression. She recalled the entanglement of the past and finally scolded, "What celestial emperor? He was just a shameless thief back then." After saying these words, she blushed and felt a bit regretful. So many years had passed, why bring up the past again? She chose to leave after learning that the Yao Guang's sacred land was secretly controlled. Later on, Vivian plowed through the court and overthrew the old order. Yao Shi didn't go back and chose to live in seclusion. The past made Yi Fan embarrassed. Even as the celestial emperor, there were times when he was speechless. "I invite you to the celestial court." Yi Fan didn't expect Yao Shi to agree. The only thing that made Yi Fan happy was that Pang Bo and Longma were still drinking in the barbarians and didn't see this scene. Otherwise, the celestial emperor's illustrious reputation would be ruined by their words. In the end, they left and returned to the celestial court. Chapter 1803. In the starry sky, in front of the celestial court, 3 grand temples stood erect. The power of faith gathered, and propitious vapors rose. They were like great furnaces that controlled life and death in the world. This was a rare miracle in this world. The celestial emperor's investiture came true. His words were like 10,000 thunders that connected the sky and the earth, giving birth to the creation of the universe. At this time, there was a grand meeting in the celestial court. People sighed that the great era was coming to an end. Many people were getting old, so they gathered here to drink and reminisce about the past. Pure white immortal mist flowed. Divine orchids and jade grasses grew under the stairs. Divine birds and auspicious beasts came and went. The celestial palace was bustling with noise and excitement. Jade tables were placed one after another until they reached a far distance. Pang Bo was more than 3 meters tall, but he was still tall and sturdy. His bronze skin had a precious light. He was pulling Zhang Wencheng, Zhang Xiling, Dong Fangyi, and Ji Haoyue to drink and talk. Tu Fei was slurring his tongue as he pulled Li Heishui to talk about the past. They laughed and cried. Of the 5 bandits, only the 2 of them were left. Dare I ask for the fairy's name? It's a joyous occasion to meet a peerless beauty on such a beautiful day. Fairy, let me offer you a toast. Although Li Tian's hair was as white as snow, his heart was not old. He swayed his body as he approached Yao Shi. His eyes emitted a wicked light. Your wife is here. Beside him, Yan Ishi was still elegant as she reminded him in a low voice. Li Tian resolutely stood up and walked to the other side, leaving Yao Shi. However, he was still whining in a low voice. There's a lion roaring at home. It's retribution. Ha ha ha. The people around laughed. Little Kay rolled her eyes at them and pulled Yao Shi to the other side. There were Gu Lin, Gu Fei, Xia Jiuyo, who was no longer sad, and Tiny Tot, the lightning phoenix that Ji Ziyue had raised. Even Xiao Chao, who came from the Ziwei galaxy and had accompanied Darling when she was young, was relatively quiet. Grandpa Duan, Kai Yusheng, when are we going to do something big? Longma was drunk as he asked Duanda. One of the Black Emperor's large claws was placed on the shoulder of the heartless Daoist priest, hugging him, and said with a big tongue, if there is an immortal treasure, don't hide it. If you attack again, it's time for us to withdraw. AI, there's no time. I've been looking for a good place to bury myself. We'll meet again in the next life, provided that you're still alive. Duanda shook his head and sighed. He reeked of alcohol. At the side, Wang Shu and Lei Bo poured wine for the Black Emperor and the others. After so many years, the 2 silver blood emperors were already old, but they were still very respectful towards their master, the ferocious big black dog. Thinking back to the past, Dizun was young, not dead but still wearing diapers. I was the only one who was supreme. I pointed out the world and looked down on the world. As we chatted and laughed, how many tombs and ancient tombs were reduced to ashes? All of it was because of a single thought of mine. Who in the world is the hero? Look at my peerless beauty. Duanda was intoxicated. Time is like a butcher's knife. It whitens the hair of a hero and bends the waist of an emperor. I am unparalleled in the world. Motherf *Ker, I still haven't seen the innate Saint Physique Dao embryo. The Black Emperor complained drunkenly. A heavenly soldier came to report that Li Ruoyu had arrived. Zhang Wenchang and the others were overjoyed, and they personally went to welcome him. Not long after, Bai Yi came looking for him. He was a youth who came from the battlefield of the first pass of the ancient road's 9 imperial passes. He wasn't suitable for cultivation in the early stages, but after receiving Yi Fan's encouragement and guidance, he persevered with great willpower and became an expert of a generation. Even though he wasn't Yi Fan's disciple, he had the friendship of a master and disciple. He sat together with Hua, Yang Shi, Zhang Qingyang, and Long Yushuan, drinking cup after cup of wine. It was quite a lively scene. Yi Tong and Jiang Tingting were also present. One had a great yang physique, and the other had a great yin physique. They had long become husband and wife, but even after so many years, they still didn't have any children. This left everyone feeling regretful. Everyone wanted to see just how heaven-defying their descendants' bloodline was. There were many people here, but unfortunately, quite a few people had passed away. For example, the 12 saints of the past had been replenished several times, and now, only the 9-tailed crocodile, golden-winged Peng, and Longma remained. Within the grand imperial court, everyone toasted and exchanged cups, drinking and chatting merrily. There was laughter, and there were also tears. Their emotions were sincere. Yi Fan had asked everyone if they wished to live forever, but the replies were different. The most important thing in life is a peaceful and satisfied state of mind. This is enough. This emperor will die with everlasting regret if I don't see the innate Saint Physique Dao embryo. Hung Long. In the distance, smoke and dust rushed into the heavens. One could vaguely sense imperial Dao laws spreading outwards, leaving everyone shocked. The heavenly palace had been flattened. The sacred prince sprang to his feet and muttered, "This naughty little thing." He knew who did it. At the same time, Pang Bo also stood up and said angrily, "This little brat is really getting more and more outrageous." As expected, there were heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals reporting, and it was not different from what they had expected. The sacred prince's only son had come into the world again, running out from the divine source. While everyone was drinking, he and Pang Bo's favorite descendant had once again created havoc in the heavenly palace, tearing down a few ancient palaces. The little monkey and Pang Gu had been sealed when they were very young. Even the sacred prince's immortal iron rod and Pang Bo's demon emperor ruler had been sealed into the source along with them. It had to be said that the little monkey was too mischievous. Every time it woke up, it would sneak out from the source. It was very mischievous, running around everywhere, and was addicted to playing around. This made people not know whether to laugh or cry. It was clearly sealed in the divine source, but in the end, it came into the world again and again, running out every few decades to cause trouble. How did it look like it was sealed? It made people not know whether to laugh or cry. It was one thing for it to come into the world by itself, but it often called a few children, such as Pang Gu this time. Fortunately, Yi Fan was the current celestial emperor and could refine the divine source liquid at any time. Otherwise, he couldn't afford to waste it. "Mom, save me." The little monkey was brought over by the sacred prince. Its large black eyes moved about, looking very sneaky. It howled miserably in the midst of its delicious food, asking for help. The 6-eared macaque went up and gave him a series of slaps, spanking his buttocks. "If you dare sneak out again, I'll beat your buttocks and directly seal you so that you won't wake up for 1,000,000 years. "No, Mom, I was wrong. I only ran out because I missed you all, the little monkey cried out. Everyone smiled. The music ended and everyone dispersed. The heavenly imperial court became quiet, and only Yi Fan was left. He stood in front of the window, the moonlight sprinkling a layer of pure white radiance on him. Is this era really going to end? Up until now, he was the only one who was still rising. His blood energy was overflowing, and he was still becoming stronger. Meanwhile, the others who were still alive had either reached their old age or were starting to decline. Who could sing all the way in life? Yi Fan looked at the starry sky. Perhaps if they gathered again, there would be a lot fewer people. The golden era had reached its end, and the scene of the bright stars could no longer be seen. The geniuses of the past were all old, and many had even died from old injuries. After the extreme glory, the withering had already begun to appear. During this period, Yi Fan had gone to the ancient road once, and then he went to various places. Unfortunately, there weren't many of the experts who fought for supremacy on the ancient road left, and he only saw a few. Rui Wei ended his painful life. Feather Immortal and Tuoba Yu passed away in meditation for many years. Mu Guanghan and Ku Tuchuo's blood energy declined, and only Yi Mo reached the quasi-emperor realm. 500 years later, Yi Fan unexpectedly met Yi Qingwu in the starry sky. They looked at each other without saying anything, and only after a long time did they laugh together, their enmity disappearing with a smile. In reality, at this point, there were no enemies in Yi Fan's heart, only old friends. And Yi Qingwu also finally let go of her worries. In the process of the passing of time, many things could be put down, and the future would be even wider. The years rose and fell, and when Yi Fan was over 8,000 years old, he was still unbelievably young. His skin was sparkling, and his hair was thick and black, no different from when he was 20 years old. When he was patrolling the lands, he saw Di Tian, Shenlan, the human king, the great demonic god, and fairy Qingshi, but they were all old, and they were all disappointed and disappointed. The last cup of wine dissolved all the resentment of the past. Heaven Emperor is unrivaled, not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of mental state. All the enemies of the past have become old friends in his heart. I hope we can live longer and be with him. Di Tian gazed at the sky and sighed to the stars and moon. The golden era had reached its end, and it was rare to see all kinds of geniuses. They were truly approaching the end. 10,000 years passed in a single sigh. How many geniuses and how many beauties were buried in the passage of time? However, at the end of this era, some geniuses suddenly reappeared in the world. Their sorrowful cries soared into the sky, and they wanted to carry out the last battle of their lives. Their radiance illuminated the entire universe. They were like comets that ignited the blue dome of heaven, and they were forever engraved in the history books. During this period, Yin Tianda came, and he requested to fight one last battle with Yi Fan. Yi Fan calmly looked at him. This was a great enemy of the past, the first genius to display divine restrictions. He truly was old, his hair white, but the radiance in his eyes was just that great, like fiery light. He truly desired this, wishing to carry out the final battle against Yi Fan. All right. Yi Fan nodded and agreed to his request. There was no suspense in the result. No matter how heaven-defying Yin Tianda was, he couldn't block a single attack from Heaven Emperor. The world was boundless, and it had already been several thousand years since Yi Fan could find an opponent. Yi Fan used his own blood energy to heal Yin Tianda's Dao injury, and he turned to leave. More than 1,000 years later, Yin Tianda passed away. During this period, there were other gods and Yan Chongtian who came to challenge him. They burned themselves in the flames, hoping to fight Heaven Emperor and die without regrets. One was the master of the divine race. He was tenacious and unyielding, and his magical power was matchless. The other was the genius Yi Fan encountered after he crossed the bitter sea of celestial being and reached the other shore of the gods. He was known as the second in the starry sky, and he had once eaten part of the essence of the ancient tree of life. However, he was injured by the great Dao, and now, he reappeared. Yi Fan fulfilled their wishes, and he made the warriors walk on the road with clanging sounds. He made them sublimate in the flames, and they blossomed with brilliant smiles. Thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye. In the last years of this era, the grand scene of the stars shining once again appeared. One after another, heroes cried sorrowfully in the world, and they rushed to the sky. They released their brilliance under the starry sky, and they carried out their last unyielding struggle. Unfortunately, in the end, they were powerless to defy the heavens. No one could become an emperor, and the flowers of battle withered one after another. Who could sing all the way? The golden age finally came to an end, and it was about to come to an end. The unyielding Zhou Yi, the stunning Jianghu Fei, the peerlessly beautiful Jade Lake Saintess, the legendary innate Taoist fetus Xixia, and so on, all withered one after another, and the world could no longer see them. The unparalleled god Xiang Yufei finally passed away in front of Qinling Lake. He could sleep with the woman he loved, but he was also lonely. Before he passed away, he mentioned the name Gai Jiuyo, and he never moved again. The golden age had come to an end. Time was like a knife, and it cut down the proud sons of heaven. The whole world was silent, and Yi Fan looked at the sky alone. He did not say a word, and no one knew what he was feeling at this time. Chapter 1804. The world was vast and boundless, and he could no longer see anyone he was familiar with. He didn't even have a single enemy, let alone friends or relatives. Everyone of his generation had reached the end and passed away. The whole world was silent. Late at night, Yi Fan looked up at the starry sky and didn't move for an entire night. The heroes of this world had finally withered away, and he couldn't find anyone of his generation anymore. He sighed softly and got up amidst the morning glow. He left the celestial court and didn't return for many years. The celestial court was powerful and spread throughout the universe. Even though the great era had ended and the heroes of the sect had withered away, it was still the #1 sect in the universe. Yi Fan turned into a mortal and walked alone in the mortal world. He traveled from one place to another for many years, but even in the sea of people, he still felt a sense of loneliness. He had no friends or relatives, and even his enemies had all died. This was a terrifying silence. He was the celestial arch, and his chi and blood were like the sea. He was extremely powerful, and the passage of time couldn't leave any traces on his body. However, he was so lonely and traveled alone, never wanting to stop. The mortal world was full of phenomena and life was full of different forms. He walked all over the world, but his heart was still the same, always silent. At 12,000 years old, Yi Fan grew his first white hair. When he looked back, even though he was in the sea of people, he felt that this world was even more silent. Although he was standing in the sea of people, he couldn't feel the aura of the mortal world. Instead, it was as if he had heard the call of another world. It was like the voice of the previous era, and he was incompatible with this world. So what if he was invincible? In this mortal world, he didn't know a single person. There were so many people, but they were so far away. Even if he walked to the end of the world, he would still be accompanied by an eternal loneliness. On the Huasang planet, an uneasy feeling spread. Everyone in the race was in a state of panic because the Golden Crow Thearch's chi and blood had withered away. The news had spread throughout the world. Yi Fan looked up and took a step forward. He arrived on this huge planet. Raging flames danced, and the Huasang trees were everywhere. Above them, there was a magnificent celestial palace floating in the air. The celestial arch had come to visit the Golden Crow arch. This shocked the experts of the other races. Then, they felt some fear. They were afraid of his might and invincible aura. Yi Fan had never been close to the Golden Crow arch, but now, he really hoped that the Golden Crow arch could live longer. In this withered world, even enemies seemed to be very close. It was really not easy to meet someone from the same era. Celestial Arch, I'm really old. You're still so young. You're really worthy of respect. The old Golden Crow sighed. Yi Fan didn't say anything and just looked at him. Sigh, there's not much life left. Only now do I realize how good it is to be alive. Heaven's sovereign, you have to cherish it. The old Golden Crow's golden hair had mostly turned white. Sitting on the fire crystal throne, he said, I finally understand why the primordial emperor chose to turn the forbidden zone into a forbidden zone. Even I have the urge to do so. If you do that, I'll kill you immediately, Yi Fan said. The golden crow the arch smiled bitterly and said, I'm in the same era as you. How can I do that? However, I think you should be prepared. Even if you don't turn the forbidden zone into a forbidden zone, you should seal yourself or think of a way to slow down the consumption of your vitality. You really want me to seal myself, right? Yi Fan's eyes were as sharp as lightning. It was as if he could see through a Thearcha's heart. The golden crow the arch was instantly embarrassed and didn't say anything else. Yi Fan stared at him for a long time. For the first time in 2,000 years, he smiled and said, I think you can still live for another 2,000 years. Celestial the arch, you think too highly of me. I think I'll pass away in 500 years. The golden crow the arch sighed. Is that so? I'll come and see you in 500 years. If you're still alive, I'll help you free yourself. Yi Fan laughed. Forget it. Life and death are decreed by fate. If I can endure for a while longer and be in the same era as the celestial arch, it's also an honor, the golden crow said. Yi Fan had seen the golden crow. After exchanging a few words with him, his loneliness lessened a little. He heaved a sigh of relief and ended his lonely journey and cultivation in the mortal world. Time. Yi Fan looked at the first strand of white hair that fell down. He circulated his mystic art, and his vitality rumbled. The world trembled, and the sound of thunder could be heard. His body glowed, and his entire body was translucent. The last strand of white hair turned from white to jet black. His strength and abundant lifespan were definitely unprecedented. It's time to go back. Yi Fan took a step forward, and the stars shifted. He instantly appeared in front of the celestial court. The three temples outside were still filled with auspicious aura and the power of faith surged. They were flourishing for a long time. The only difference from the past was that the three grand temples had been changed to divine source. They could absorb the power of faith under the condition that the essence of the seal was not lost. This was what Yi Fan had done in the past. In each of the three ancient temples, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. They were the three gods conferred by the celestial arch. Two of them were already surrounded by blood energy and accompanied by thunder. However, Yi Fan instead sighed. Condensing a true spirit after being sealed in a divine source, only having some results after so many years, it really was too difficult. The effect would be even weaker in the future. It was already a different era, and the deeds of the three heroes would gradually fade away. They would no longer be prominent in the world, and the faith would no longer flourish. Regarding this, the only way to ensure the immortality of the temples was to establish three religions again. Yi Fan silently returned to a courtyard in the celestial court, Undying Mountain. He hadn't returned for many years, but everyone in the celestial court knew that he was definitely alive because he was the celestial arch. A few decades later, a burst of weeping woke up Yi Fan from his deep isolation. He quickly disappeared from the Undying Mountain's cliff and arrived at the Peach Garden of Immortality. Under the ancient tree, a little girl was currently rubbing her big eyes and sobbing softly. She had just woken up from a deep sleep. She was as cute as a porcelain doll with sparkling and translucent tears hanging on her face. It was precisely little Nan Nan. For some reason, she was extremely fond of sleeping these past few thousand years. Sometimes, she would sleep for 1,000 or 2,000 years at a time. Yi Fan had once investigated and discovered that the ruthless great emperor under the desolate abyss seemed to be undergoing some kind of bizarre transformation that affected the little girl. Big brother, Nan Nan had a dream. In the dream, the other brothers and sisters were all gone, and only the two of us were left. At that time, Nan Nan felt very lonely and sad. Yi Fan sighed softly in his heart. The dream was very real. The whole world was silent, and only the two of them were left. He lovingly rubbed Nan Nan's head and said, "Don't think too much." The little girl's big eyes were filled with tears. She timidly grabbed onto the corner of Yi Fan's clothes and said, "Big brother, I'm very afraid." I'm afraid that one day, you will also leave me. Yi Fan was startled and said, that won't happen. Big brother must remember, don't leave Nan Nan. The little girl was very obedient. She wiped away her tears and looked at him pitifully. Yi Fan nodded and promised her. The little girl had only woken up for a few months. She had always been like a little follower and never left Yi Fan's side. She was afraid that he would disappear and was full of dependence. During this period, Yi Fan brought her to roam around, making the little girl very happy. He was disappointed and frustrated, yet also sorrowful and moved. In this world, there was finally someone who could live with him and continue living together. After a few months, Nan Nan fell into a deep sleep again. Yi Fan looked at her again and felt that she would sleep even longer this time. Yi Fan sat cross-legged on the undying mountain's cliff. He refined some weapons and formation flags and scattered them everywhere in the celestial court. It immediately caused the celestial soldiers and celestial generals to be shocked and then burst into thunderous cheers. Celestial Emperor. And now, Dizun's celestial soldiers' tablet and celestial general's tablet had all been found and became the secret treasures of the celestial court. In addition, Yi Fan also personally refined a few artifacts. Any one of them was enough to shake the world. Even if many of the founders were no longer around, the celestial court could still be passed on in glory for many years. In reality, as long as Celestial Emperor was still alive, even if the celestial court only had a few remnants left, it could still be said to be extremely glorious and invincible. Yi Fan set out again. He was using great magical force to deduce a person. Even though he didn't believe in the afterlife, the oath he made back then still rang by his ears. He promised that he would find her. In the afterlife, if you believe in it, then it will exist, if you don't believe in it, then it won't. The years are endless, and in the end, two identical flowers will appear in this world. After thousands of years, one will wither and the other will bloom. However, many years had passed, yet he couldn't find her at all. More than 10,000 years had already passed, yet she still couldn't be found. I have a premonition that I will meet that type of person. Could it be that the time has not come yet? Yi Fan was now the Celestial Emperor, his instincts and intuition were the most terrifying. He traveled through the starry skies. When he arrived at the starry ancient path again, he revealed a look of shock for the first time in several thousand years. It was because he saw someone from the same generation. Guan Cheng. At the city gate was an elder. He was extremely old, his body stooped, incredibly declining. I pay my respects to Celestial Emperor. Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. More than 12,000 years had passed. The heavenly geniuses of the same generation had all died, yet this person actually survived. I have an unmentionable disease and should have died when I was 6,000 years old. I don't know why, but I lived a second life. Guan Cheng coughed. Now, he was in his later years again. His realm had never increased, but he had lived much longer than others. There wasn't much time left. He came here again, revisiting an old place. He wanted to walk the ancient path again. Yi Fan grabbed his hand and carefully examined it. He sighed softly. It was indeed as he said. He lived a second life, and this time, he was truly about to reach the end. There was also someone from the celestial court who lived a second life. After the little silkworm that had once followed the divine silkworm princess underwent 9 consecutive transformations, she started another life and was far stronger than Guancheng. She was sealed by Yi Fan together with the little sacred ape and divine child. The white-clothed divine king, the golden crow great emperor, the little silkworm, and Guancheng. It wasn't just one person. They all lived a second life. This moved Yi Fan greatly. A few hundred years later, Guancheng passed away and died of old age in the starry sky. Yi Fan came to the Huasong planet when he was 14,000 years old. This time, there was no need for the Golden Crow race to spread the news. Everyone knew that the demon the Arch was about to pass away. This was because he could no longer control the Great Tao. It spread everywhere and shocked the human world. You're here. The Golden Crow Great Emperor was very calm. "I'll send you on your last journey," Yi Fan said. Sigh. The old Golden Crow let out a long sigh. Dying with Yi Fan was the greatest sorrow of his life. "Do you have anything to say?" Yi Fan asked for his last words. "Do you really want to hear it?" The Golden Crow Great Emperor had been dignified his entire life and had suppressed his emotions. At this moment, there was a kind of self-mockery. "I want to hear it," Yi Fan said. "All right then." The Golden Crow Great Emperor nodded. Then, his eyes suddenly brightened and became somewhat oppressive. It was as if he had become a different person. F***CKU, Celestial Arch. "I finally won't be able to see you again." Yi Fan was stunned. These were his last words. The Golden Crow Great Emperor died very quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, his life came to an end, leaving behind a stunned Yi Fan. After a long time, he stroked his chin. The universe shook. A great emperor had died, and the entire world trembled. Time passed, and Yi Fan was already 18,000 years old. He finally entered his twilight years. It was rare to live for such a long life since ancient times. His hair had already turned white, but his blood qi wasn't too depleted. It was still astonishing. However, a strange thing happened on this day. A layer of golden hair grew on his body. Inauspicious? Yi Fan laughed loudly, but his eyes were extremely cold as he looked into the starry sky. With a flash of light, the golden hair on the surface of his body burned and disappeared. Another 1,000 years passed. Yi Fan was already 19,000 years old. Nothing unforeseen happened. As he didn't self-sever or use any means of longevity, he finally aged. However, his determination had never changed. He wanted to see through longevity. After a year of silence, he began to travel again. This time, he traveled for more than 1,000 years and traveled through the starry sky. He was already more than 20,000 years old. He suddenly looked up and found that he had already arrived at the Big Dipper. He was standing outside the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven in ruins. After standing still for a long time, Yi Fan suddenly turned his head. As a celestial arch, this was the first time in the past 10,000 years that he had such a strange feeling after the entire world fell silent. The moment he turned around, he saw a figure walking away. The skinny figure was very erratic in the pitch-black night. It was a little strange. It was easy to imagine how terrifying it was for a celestial arch like him to have such a feeling. "Wait!" Yi Fan shouted. He had caught a glimpse of this figure tens of thousands of years ago. Cough. The figure in the distance coughed violently as if he was about to vomit his heart out. Chapter 1805. Yi Fan was the celestial arch. Not only was he invincible, but there weren't many people who could compare to him in the past. His shout shook the 33 layers of heaven. His white hair scattered as he chased after him. However, that person was also very fast and didn't catch up immediately. They ascended into the sky and entered the sea of stars. This was definitely the arch-level figure. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to have such unparalleled divine abilities. His cultivation was so high that it was rare since ancient times. The distance between them shortened. In the end, the old man returned to Big Dipper and stopped in the ruins outside the Spirit Ruin Grotto Heaven. "Who is it?" Yi Fan asked with a calm expression. Cough. The skinny figure coughed violently and slowly turned around. He sighed and sat on a crouching tiger stone. Yi Fan walked over and sat on a large stone. With his strength, even if the strongest people of ancient times came back to life, he would be able to face them calmly. "Azure the Arch?" Yi Fan tried to ask. "That's me." The skinny old man nodded. This wasn't his real body. It was a supreme primordial spirit that appeared in the mortal world. The simple question was very calm, but if it was spread out, it would definitely shock the world. The legendary Azure the Arch was actually still in the mortal world and hadn't died completely. He was different from what everyone knew. Fellow Daoist is indeed powerful. You single-handedly pacified the chaos and swept through the forbidden areas. Your glorious achievements will shock the world, the skinny old man said while coughing. The predecessors paved the way and killed most of the rulers in the forbidden areas. My achievements are nothing. It's just a matter of time, Yi Fan said. Although he was surprised by the reappearance of the Azure Arch, he wasn't too surprised. After all, he was the only person to achieve the Tao in the past 100,000 years. It was too abnormal for him to die like that. In reality, in terms of lifespan, the Azure Arch shouldn't have died. I dismembered myself and put my primordial spirit into the ancient desolate tower. I didn't think that I would really send myself to death. The Azure Arch sighed. At this time, he revealed his true appearance. He was a skinny old man with gray hair and a tall figure. His eyes were deep and seemed to have seen through everything in the world. There were only two immortal artifacts left in this world. One was the immortal bell and the other was the ancient desolate tower. The fact that the Azure Arch could obtain one and use it showed how powerful he was. Why did you come out to see me? Do you have anything to tell me? Yi Fan asked calmly. Fellow Daoist, Azure Arch said with a smile. As a celestial arch, what can I teach you? Celestial Arch said. Yi Fan was speechless. This was naturally not the truth, because when he returned from outer space back then, he had seen Green Emperor's back figure here. I have come to say, the Fan said, Azure Emperor is Daoist, actually, Fan, Daoist, Fear, Azure Celestial, to say to, I said. Actually, I have come to thank you. If not for you, I might really be in danger. I might even die. The Azure Arch sighed. He was not lying. His arch blood had once turned into a green lotus, which had been reborn in Yi Fan's body. Then, it had left and awakened the Azure Arch. It's nothing, not worth mentioning, Yi Fan said. Their conversation was calm, but if it spread to the outside world, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. No one knew that there was still a Azure Arch alive. One was a celestial arch, and the other was the strongest person in the past 100,000 years. If people saw the conversation between these two legendary thearchs, they would definitely be shocked. This was even more shocking than the most glorious divine battle in history. This was a conversation between peerless experts. They did not say much, but it involved the great Tao, longevity, and all sorts of other taboo topics. The Azure Arch explained his Tao. Now, perhaps only the ancient desolate tower and the celestial bell could contain his primordial spirit. This was far better than Huang Shudao's father, who had fused his body with the gilded phoenix wing centipede. The Azure Arch suppressed the deities in the ancient desolate tower and opened up a small deity domain there, wanting to evolve it into an immortal domain. He wanted to open up an immortal realm in the mortal world where one could live forever. It had to be said that the Azure Arch was stunning. He was truly too powerful. He wanted to evolve the immortal domain that the primordial emperor yearned for with his own strength. He did not ask for help from others or borrow the power of external forces. He wanted to create a true immortal domain that was shocking and heaven-defying. The two of them discussed the great Tao and the method of longevity in detail. It could be said that they were very agreeable. Their calm words contained supreme wisdom, and it felt like they understood each other. That is still a failed world. Although my life is flowing slowly in the ancient desolate tower, it is still being consumed day by day. One day, when I reappear in the mortal world, it will prove that this path is no longer possible. At that time, it will be my final struggle. After the Azure Arch finished speaking, he stood up and bid farewell to Yi Fan. At the same time, he gave Yi Fan a meaningful look and said, "Fellow Daoist, take care." Yi Fan nodded and left, returning to the celestial court. He sat there for more than 1,000 years, and in the process, he grew older. His blood and chi were getting weaker by the day. However, the enemy he was waiting for did not appear, and the flower that he was looking for was nowhere to be seen. Just like that, Yi Fan grew older day by day, and his blood and chi were getting weaker by the day. When he was 23,000 years old, he was truly past his prime, just like the setting sun. He was waiting for the inauspicious to happen, waiting for that enemy. However, after the golden hair appeared on his body and he sat cross-legged in the celestial court, there were no more unforeseen events. His white hair fell over his shoulders. The world was vast, and he could no longer see any of his old friends. Yi Fan appeared fatigued, and his face was filled with the marks of time. He stood alone in the familiar heavenly palace, but the seats of his old friends were empty, just like his heart, empty. Report to the celestial arch. Outside the heavenly palace, a great sage transmitted his voice respectfully. That was Li Heishui's descendant of many generations. His cultivation was extraordinary, and he was now one of the giants of the celestial court. In this withered world, the Dharma Tao suppressed the quasi-emperor, and he could not be seen. The great sage was already a peerless combat power. It had been 10,000 years since anyone came to report to Yi Fan. That was because he had already ordered that unless it was a matter of life and death, no one was to disturb him. This heavenly palace was already covered in dust, and even spider webs were formed. "What's the matter?" Yi Fan asked. When he heard someone reply in the heavenly palace, Li Tianming was overjoyed, and even trembled with excitement. It had been more than 10,000 years since the last disciple had reported. The celestial arch was already 23,000 years old, and he was actually still in this world. This was a miracle and a pleasant surprise. There had always been rumors in the outside world that the celestial arch had passed away at 20,000 years old, and was no longer in this world. "Celestial arch, the reason why I have disturbed you is that there is a letter for you here." Yi Fan raised his hand, and with a flash of multicolored light, the letter appeared in his hand. After opening it, his expression changed. It was actually a letter from Duanda. "Lad, your life is really long. You haven't passed away yet?" Yi Fan had a weird expression on his face when he heard this. "Don't look for it. I buried myself a long time ago. My primordial spirit dried up and died. It has been exactly 8,000 years. I set this letter with a spell formation in advance and sent it out in the future." Yi Fan was moved. Although Duanda had buried himself a long time ago, according to what was written in the letter, wouldn't he live until he was about 15,000 years old before he truly died? The Emperor of the Underworld is really amazing. His methods are heaven-defying. Obviously, Duanda was extremely powerful, and his final result was no weaker than the Great Emperor. He was accumulating the reincarnation seals of the Supreme Honorable. There were already 4 seals in his body, and he didn't know how many reincarnations his corporeal body would need. "Don't look for me. I know you are far superior to the Yuan Taoist master, so I've long been on guard against you. Don't even think about robbing my tomb." After reading up to this point, the corner of Yi Fan's mouth twitched. "Nothing else. I just feel lonely after death, so I wanted to find you to talk about life and connect with feelings." Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was really his unscrupulous style. "Don't thank me. Friends are friends, but I'm a person with principles. When I reappear in the world in my next life, I will definitely rob your tomb." "Who told you to be the celestial arch?" "I think I will definitely be very interested in your tomb at that time. Just thinking about it makes me excited. After hundreds of thousands of years, when I reappear, I will dig up the celestial Thearch's tomb. Since ancient times, who could do it? Apart from this poor Daoist, who else could? I will look down on the world, and only I am supreme." After reading up to this point, Yi Fan could only curse and say, "You bastard. I'll give you a piece of advice. Hide the tomb well, or else we can only reminisce about the past when the time comes." These were Duanda's concluding words. After that, the cosmos became peaceful. Yi Fan secluded himself on the undying mountain cliff for several thousand years. During this period, he only met little Nan Nan and didn't meet anyone else. He endured until he was 26,000 years old. His body withered and he lost all of his essence blood. He finally reached the end of his life, and the curtains were about to fall on this life. Where is that similar flower? Did I miss out on this life? Although Yi Fan didn't come out, the celestial court was always operating to search for that flower. However, it had never seen it. Are you afraid? I'm already old and my blood energy is withered, yet I still don't dare to show myself. Where's the so-called ominous? He kept waiting, but there was no movement from beginning to end. At this time, the outside world was spreading rumors that the celestial Arch had passed away in meditation. A supreme expert of a generation had left the world. You're quite cautious. 26,000 years old. Yi Fan couldn't hold on any longer. Multicolored light flickered in his palm, and then a purple qilin appeared. This was an undying immortal medicine fruit. Yi Fan opened his mouth and swallowed it. Then, with a hung-long sound, blood energy rushed into the heavens. It also spread in all directions, submerging all of Undying Mountain, shaking up the entire great cosmos. In the past, Yi Fan had eaten a 9-wonder medicine fruit, but it wasn't produced from a complete mother's body. Even when added together, it was only a portion of the perfect undying medicine. That was why it was still effective even now. 26,000 years later, the celestial Arch was reborn. There was no need for anyone to spread the news. Everyone could feel his great Tao fluctuations, shaking up the world. All Tao bowed down, all of them crying out in grief. Too shocking. The path of the celestial Arch has only just begun. The entire world was shocked, everyone stupefied. Yi Fan's first life ended. He lived for 26,000 years. Even if one didn't say that this was rare since ancient times, it wasn't too far off. Now that he was reborn, just how shocking of a matter was this? How many more years did he have to live for? No one could say for sure. Yi Fan released a sigh. He endured bitterly until now, always waiting for the inauspicious to happen, wishing to sweep through everything in his first life. He never expected that person to not come. Chapter 1806. Outside the celestial court, 3 majestic temples were constructed from divine sources. Their radiance illuminated the 9 heavens, and the power of faith rumbled like a flowing river. You shouldn't be like this. Dying on the battlefield, burying your bones in the blade light, ending up in the darkness is the best ending for me. A voice came from Gai Jiuyo's temple. Yi Fan faced it calmly, and after a careful look, he sighed. That was just a remnant will condensed from the power of faith, and not a real person. In the future, if Senior's spiritual consciousness truly awakens, I will respect your choice. Yi Fan turned around. The other 2 temples were surrounded by blood energy, and their life force was even stronger. One could vaguely see the pulse of 2 remnant bodies. Yi Fan did not disturb these 2, and still sealed them in the celestial source. How shocking was the rebirth of Celestial Emperor. He was immortal for 26,000 years, and if he continued to live like this, it would make people tremble. In various parts of the universe, the celestial court's divine might was even greater. The power of faith surged and entered Yi Fan's cauldron, turning it into a vast sea of stars. The entire celestial court was filled with a myriad of phenomena, and propitious qi broke through millions of miles. Looking from afar, the celestial palace was bathed in immortal radiance like a vast celestial world, becoming a land of eternal life. The phenomenon of the celestial court shook the mortal world. Everyone felt that it was inconceivable, and they were even more in awe. There were all kinds of phenomena, true dragons dancing, and immortal phoenixes spreading their wings. They were all formed from the power of faith, and they circled above the celestial court, becoming gods. Unbelievable, Celestial Emperor is too strong. With him, the celestial court has become the most powerful inheritance since the beginning of time. The white tiger roared, the black tortoise expanded the sea, and the Kuan-Peng swept through the 9 heavens. They were all gods formed from the power of faith, and they guarded the celestial court. In this era, their foundation was too deep, and many people trembled. Could it be that this is the true meaning of the celestial court? To be immortal in the mortal world? The cauldron of origin qi was bobbing up and down, and the power of faith inside was boundless. Every living creature on the wall of the cauldron had materialized and created all kinds of strange phenomena outside the celestial court. Even if Yi Fan passed away, with this cauldron, the celestial court would continue to prosper. Is the ultimate use of the power of faith related to longevity and the creation of a deity land? Is this the reason why the primeval emperors wanted to establish the celestial court? After this day, many people started to ponder. The arch cauldron had already evolved to the extreme, and it only needed one last leap to become an immortal artifact. In the mortal world, many people revered the celestial court. As more and more people mentioned the name of the celestial emperor, the power of faith naturally increased. Yi Fan's body was sparkling and translucent. His black hair was thick, and he was full of vitality. He had recovered to his optimal state. At a glance, he looked like he was only around 20 years old. He was so young that it was hard to believe. A new beginning, a reincarnation of life. He stood at the beginning of another life. It was still the same world, but the people of the past were gone. Back then, when he first entered the Big Dipper, it was difficult for him to cultivate, and he was chased. Later, he met a group of companions. It was the time when he was young and frivolous. They moved forward bravely and were full of drive. Looking back, those companions and beauties were all gone. How could he spend this life? As the Celestial Emperor, how could he go on the road of life with a group of young faces? The world was vast, and he could no longer find that feeling. But the previous life was over. Yi Fan had experienced too much. After sighing, he put away his loneliness because he still had a long way to go, and there were still some things he needed to do. He wanted to comprehend the method of longevity, and he wanted to fulfill the promise of the past. A modeled and vast battle map of longevity had been unfolded, waiting for him to depict the magnificent rivers and mountains and poems. This life no longer had the feeling of the past. Back then, he struggled bitterly and narrowly escaped death. On the road of cultivation, there were many tribulations every year. In this life, he meditated for 1,000 years in a blink of an eye. Yi Fan was thinking about all kinds of longevity methods, constantly attacking and verifying this path. The same amount of time, different ways of living. After a few times of seclusion, 5,000 years had passed in this world. This was the lonely path of the Celestial Emperor. He stood in the 9 heavens, looking down at the youths in the mortal world full of vigor. They were slightly immature, full of hope, charging into their own sky, but he could no longer integrate into it. The path of the predecessors is continued by the descendants. The Celestial Emperor sighed. 8,000 years had passed in this world. He was still young, and he was even more powerful. After waking up from seclusion, he looked at the mortal world. A group of youths walked the path of cultivation, became famous, and then turned to the yellow earth. This was this life, and it was also the reappearance of the era of Yi Fan. The times changed, and some things in the world were constantly repeating themselves. Like a mirror, it reflected light, shining into the eyes of the Celestial Emperor. Wisps of immortal light appeared in Yi Fan's eyes. Just like that, he sat in the 9 heavens, overlooking the mortal world. Several thousand years passed in a single sitting. It was as if he had grasped a certain path of longevity and reincarnation. Now that he was 15,000 years old, Yi Fan's black hair was still the same. On this day, he sat on the cliff of Undying Mountain. A golden light flashed in the distance, quietly running into the immortal peach garden, causing him to reveal a strange expression. With a shrill sound, a little golden monkey was captured by him with a single thought. It appeared in front of him, and it was precisely the sacred prince's only son. In this life, he broke through the divine origin and snuck out again. Yeah, Uncle Yi, you are still so young. Could it be that only a few years have passed? The little sacred ape only seemed to be a few years old. He scratched his head in confusion. You are too mischievous. Why did you sneak out again? Yi Fan asked. I didn't go to pick immortal peaches, nor did I want to sneak out to play. The little monkey's attempt to hide something only made it more conspicuous. His large eyes rolled about, but after a moment, he suddenly broke into tears and said, Uncle Yi, I miss father and mother. Yi Fan carried him up and placed him on his shoulder. He brought him to the mortal world for a stroll, not for anything else but to bring him to play to his heart's content. Many people were astonished when Celestial Emperor set out this time. They sighed inwardly that the little monkey was really too lucky to actually be able to sit on Celestial Emperor's shoulder. In this life, there was a mischievous little monkey that jumped out to cry to Yifan. This made him feel very warm, and as a result, he doted on him very much. Of course, in the end, Yifan sealed this little monkey again. This was the hope of the celestial court. His root bone was rarely seen since ancient times, and he possessed all the advantages of the great sage ape race. Uncle Yi, can I come and play with you again after a period of time? Before being sealed into the divine source, the little monkey asked timidly and hopefully. Yifan gave him a smack on the head and directly sealed him. Time flowed like water. In this life, Yifan witnessed the rise of several generations of heaven's prides in the mortal world. They became famous, and they grew old. He had already lived in this world for over 20,000 years. In the remaining years, he traversed the world, exploring the mountains, rivers, dragon veins, and places of heaven-defying fortune. It was as if he was searching for something. Celestial Emperor has a premonition that his time has come, and he has to find a burial cave for himself. People sighed softly. No matter how great a hero was, there would come a day when he would reach his end. Even though Yifan was Celestial Emperor, as long as he didn't sever his own blade, didn't create a forbidden area, and didn't seal himself with special methods, he would still grow old and die. But in this life, he had personally flattened the 5 great forbidden areas. How could he imitate him? People could foresee that Celestial Emperor, whose achievements shook the past and whose battle prowess could kill immortals, would die in the end. The curtains should fall in this life because the immortal medicine was useless to him. Time passed quickly. Yifan lived for another 26,000 years in this life. It was simply shocking. He had lived for over 50,000 years. Celestial Emperor is really a higher god. The whole world sighed. Yifan walked alone in the starry sea. The people of the world thought that he was searching for Celestial Emperor's tomb, but they didn't know what he was thinking at all. He actually wanted to find that monster. Yifan sighed. The other party was really good at enduring. Now, his blood energy was withered, and this life was about to come to an end. His battle prowess was greatly reduced, and his situation was truly dangerous. In this year, his blood energy was dried up. His white hair scattered behind him, and his body withered. He was a hero in his twilight years, and he wouldn't live for much longer. He traveled alone in the cosmos. Some people couldn't help but feel great sorrow when they saw this. Even Celestial Emperor was old, yet he couldn't be immortal. Celestial Emperor. Yifan passed by the various regions. It was as if he was bidding farewell to this cosmos, bidding farewell to the various races. Many people couldn't help but cry out in sorrow. Seeing such a powerful person fall like this, many experts felt terrible inside. Celestial Emperor grew old and died. This was the end of an era. Hong. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted. A large foot descended from the sky, trampling towards the withered Yifan. What? Who is that? Who dares to be so disrespectful to Celestial Emperor, trampling on his head? A few of the saints who followed behind to see Celestial Emperor off all changed their expressions, becoming furious. Yifan quelled the darkness chaos in the past, sweeping through the life-restricted regions, leaving behind glorious achievements. He was revered by all races, so who could humiliate him like this? Trampling on Celestial Emperor's head, this truly made the saints of all races unable to restrain their anger. At the same time, golden hair, red hair, black hair, and other things grew densely on Yifan's body. The scene was extremely terrifying. The later years of the saint body, the declining years of Celestial Emperor, he has suffered the most terrifying curse. Celestial Emperor. Everyone cried out loudly. Everyone's hearts trembled, worried for him, all of them revealing expressions of sorrow and sorrow. They couldn't help him at all. The aura of the one who appeared was absolutely matchless. If not for Celestial Emperor standing in front of them, blocking the fluctuations, all of them would have died. Hong! An explosive sound rang out, shattering the heavens. Celestial Emperor, whose entire body was covered in hair, brandished the Emperor fist that he hadn't used for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. This strike made the past and present tremble. This strike reversed the long river of time, and this strike pierced through the 33 layers of heaven. Celestial Emperor was old and hadn't used weapons for many years. His blood energy had withered, but his fist was still unstoppable. The giant foot stomping down from the sky directly exploded, causing a rain of blood to pour down. Then, with a boom, Yi Fan's entire body erupted in flames, burning all of his hair clean. He reappeared in his true body. Even though Celestial Emperor was old, he was still domineering and matchless. He was unrivaled in the world, and no one could bully him. Worthy of being Celestial Emperor. Your blood energy has withered, yet you still have such battle prowess. Truly admirable. However, you still have to die. A person descended from the sky. His entire body was covered in dense long hair. Then, another person descended. He was incomparably holy, as if he was formed from a divine source, resplendent and dazzling. There are two monsters. Yi Fan stared. I am an origin ghost. I am an origin god. The two of them announced their names, immediately evoking Yi Fan's distant memories. Back in the days of the Northern Divine City, he had heard many legends while gambling on stones and searching for sources. They were all related to origin ghosts and origin gods. They ate immortal treasures in stones. Are you guys the monsters? Even the two emperors aren't enough. Yi Fan said. Even though he was old, he was still incomparably domineering. He stepped forward, wanting to flatten the enemy. Wrong. The monster you are waiting for is me. They are only my kind. Another voice rang out. A heavenly netherworld treasure wrapped in immortal light tore through the great cosmos and appeared. A person surrounded in primal chaos light walked out from the netherworld artifact, his aura unrivaled. How could we be left out? After these words were spoken, the four people's blood energy shocked the ages. They arrived together, and an ancient mine was faintly discernible in the distance like a black hole. They came from the origin ancient mine, a forbidden area that Yi Fan always wanted to flatten. With a wang sound, the killing formation diagram of the numinous treasure celestial being appeared, covering the sky. It was actually grasped by these four people, trapping Yi Fan below. Several ancient emperor weapons replaced the four killing swords, forming the number one killing formation since ancient times. What a great battle array. The 7 great supreme beings have all appeared in my later years. Yi Fan coldly looked at them. I only want a strand of his heart blood and a living celestial emperor's imprint. The rest of his flesh and celestial emperor's bones will all belong to you. The person wrapped in primal chaos light walked out from the heavenly netherworld treasure and said, evolve into a true immortal artifact. Yi Fan stared at the netherworld artifact and couldn't help but sigh. However, even though he was already in his later years and was trapped in an absolute formation, his divine might still suppressed the universe. His voice spread throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. I am the Celestial Emperor. I will suppress and kill all enemies in this world. Chapter 1807. Celestial Emperor is indeed domineering. Do you think that you are the supreme ruler of the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Do you think that we should immediately kowtow and submit to you? The original god said coldly. Many years had passed, and Yi Fan had become old. His white hair draped over his shoulders, and the marks of time could be seen on his face. His blood energy was declining, and he was indeed not as good as before. Under such circumstances, the others were naturally unconvinced. Seeing Yi Fan's domineering attitude, they couldn't help but sneer. It's been more than 50,000 years. It's been a long time. I wonder if Celestial Emperor can still lift his cauldron. Yuan Ghost was even more direct. His face was cruel and merciless. Yi Fan coldly stared at him and didn't say anything. Warriors were invincible and didn't need to be berated. He had moved unhindered for 50,000 years and dominated the world. Who could compete with him? At this point, he only needed to kill. This kind of gaze made the great emperors and ancient emperors tremble. Yuan Ghost felt a chill run down his spine when his gaze swept over him. What else do you have to fight against us? You only have the form of a tiger but no power. After today, there will be no more celestial emperor in this world, only a pile of bloody bones, someone from the origin ancient mind said. Golden light shot up from his body and illuminated millions of miles. He was as resplendent as if he was cast from gold. Multicolored light pierced through the sun and moon, majestic and powerful. What flowed out was a rumbling golden blood energy. Yi Fan stared at him and said, I heard that before the golden ancient emperor passed away, he created a forbidden secret technique like the golden divine treasure, which contained the comprehension of life and death. Now, it seems that the rumors were wrong. You are still in this world. This was the golden ancient emperor. His weapon, the golden truncheon, was suspended on one of the gates of the number 1 killing formation. It was emitting a terrifying immortal light. Not far away, the golden truncheon trembled with a world-shaking murderous intent. A beam of cold divine light shot up with a chill that penetrated through the past and present. It was aimed at Yi Fan, using its actions to express its murderous intent. Yi Fan smiled, but it was a bit cold. I killed your daughter. The golden heavenly maiden had been killed more than 50,000 years ago. Now that the past was brought up again, Yi Fan was calm and unperturbed. He just stared at the ancient emperor opposite him. The space between the golden ancient emperor's brows trembled, and then he recovered his calm and said, It's just a daughter. In the mortal world, the universe is desolate. We cultivators sleep for millions of years, and this world is nothing more than a small chess game. What does familial love and bloodline count for? I hope you really have that kind of spirit, Yi Fan said coldly. At this moment, the heavenly underworld artifact shone, and the universe trembled. The surging light was like water, and millions of auspicious clouds rushed up. It was a precious wheel, completely jet black and sparkling. This was the supreme magical artifact of the underworld emperor in the past, but now, it had developed a spirit, breaking free from the control of the underworld emperor and becoming a ruler on its own. Below it, the humanoid creature's entire body was curling with chaotic light. This was the painstaking effort of several generations of people in the underworld. They meticulously researched the method of longevity and collected the true blood of 10,000 spirits to create such a monster. Its strength was heaven-defying, and now, it had fused with an immortal artifact. Its strength was already unfathomable. Celestial Emperor, I really don't know how else you can defy the heavens. Are you still going to play tricks like in the past to trap and kill us? The humanoid creature looked disdainfully, and his aura was powerful. He sneered and said, I know you are a heaven-warping talent, and you might be able to live a third life. However, that is only when you are about to pass away in meditation, and you can undergo nirvana. Right now, you haven't reached that step yet. Their appearance was very particular. They had calculated that this was Celestial Emperor's true later years, and there was no deception. The ancient emperor had prepared for many years to prevent Yi Fan from dealing with them. Revenge was secondary. Seizing Celestial Emperor's imprint and plucking the blood essence of a living Celestial Emperor was the real goal. In reality, what he said was the truth. Yi Fan's blood energy was dried up, and now, he was indeed past his prime. His stamina, spirit, and other aspects were far inferior to the past. In the past, I was still a small cultivator. I had to struggle my way through, and it was for the sake of survival that I set up all types of traps to deal with powerful enemies. Yi Fan said softly, as if he was feeling a bit emotional. Then, his eyes suddenly burned with brilliance. Now that things have come to this, do I still need to set up traps? There is no need to scheme against you all. That is just a small trick, because I am the Celestial Emperor. His voice tore through the world, incomparably domineering. The great cosmos rumbled in response, spreading to all regions. Countless cultivators trembled when they heard this, their blood energy resonating in response. It was enough to say that he was the Celestial Emperor. This was Yi Fan's confidence. He stood proudly, looking down on the world. Even though his hair had long turned white like snow, he was still like a heavenly deity, overlooking the boundless earth with unmatched elegance. No one could stop this battle. Just like that, it erupted. Chi, murderous light erupted in tens of thousands of streaks. The four weapons released chaotic sword energy that poured down like mercury, spreading over. It was exceptionally sharp, making one feel intimidated. Yi Fan took action from within the formation. A fist smashed out, splitting heaven and earth apart. Even that spiritual treasure formation diagram began to sway, the four ancient emperor artifacts rumbling intensely. An enormous sound rang through the air. The hearts of all clans in the cosmos trembled. The underworld's heaven-reaching underworld artifact moved, releasing millions and millions of strands of multicolored light, covering heaven and earth as it descended. It arrived next to the formation diagram, adding Dao symbols. A type of sacrificial sound rang through the air, as if all of the creatures of several great eras were weeping and praying. It was extremely shocking. With a wang sound, a cauldron rushed out from above Yi Fan's head. It was covered in ancient ruins, but auspicious energy surged from the cauldron's opening. Immortal light overflowed into the heavens, primal chaos like a sea, all of it rushing out. Moreover, at this moment, large amounts of symbols appeared, as if it was a heavenly book, complex and profound. These were the formation patterns Celestial Emperor arranged in the cauldron, similarly shocking. With a honglong sound, it smashed through the four archaic Emperor artifacts' encirclement, defying the heavens and attacking the formation diagram. It was simple and direct, incomparably domineering. This cauldron could attack and defend, attacking and defending in one. Now, it was known as the Celestial Emperor Cauldron. There were Dao marks personally carved by Yi Fan, its offensive power unmatched in the world. Dong! The spiritual treasure celestial being's killing formation diagram trembled, suffering an attack, about to deviate from its original position. The four ancient emperors outside were shaken. What kind of power was this? It was rumored that once this number one killing formation appeared, as long as there was an emperor realm expert in charge, even if a great emperor was trapped within, they would still be killed after a long time. However, right now, it had just begun, yet Yi Fan already shook this formation, using absolute strength to break out. How heaven-defying was this? Hong Long. The heaven-reaching underworld artifact trembled, releasing tens of thousands of streaks of light, all of them supporting the formation diagram, stabilizing its body, allowing it to continue suppressing and killing Celestial Emperor. Yi Fan roared, striking out with a palm. That was a humanoid figure, a type of great Dao, unrivaled. It rushed high into the sky, shaking the formation diagram until it deviated once again. Celestial Emperor! They cried out in alarm. The humanoid figure Yi Fan struck out was actually himself, turning into an unrivaled imprint, shaking past, present, and future. This part of the universe was about to collapse. Was this still someone in his later years? He was actually this powerful, making everyone's hearts jump, their souls tremble. He is indeed in his later years, but he is a bit ridiculously powerful. The humanoid figure in front of the underworld artifact said. Then, he roared, his hands continuously forming imprints, displaying the most terrifying curse technique. Within the formation, a layer of dense hair immediately appeared on the surface of Yi Fan's body. It was incomparably terrifying, making one feel intimidated just from looking at it. The so-called curse was also a type of natural law and secret technique, just that it was even more mysterious and unconventional, difficult to detect. It was just like how divine bodies couldn't achieve the Tao, it was because the natural laws of the universe were too powerful, targeting and suppressing them, making it difficult for them to break through, preventing them from going far. Not even the world can restrict me, what can a trifling man-made monster do to me? Yi Fan said coldly. Within his body, the sound of scriptures sounded. Symbols filled the sky, surrounding him. Every single character seemed to be cast from divine gold, possessing a sense of reality. They were divine and brilliant, suppressing all directions. This was Celestial Emperor's scriptures, matchless and unmatched. As soon as it appeared, all of the curse power was severed, moreover making that type of natural law burn, sweeping back in reverse, rushing towards the monster that was releasing chaotic light. Even though Yi Fan was old and had reached his declining years, no longer in his prime, every single strike was world-shaking, making even the archaic emperors feel horrified. They inwardly shivered, sighing that the opponent was truly worthy of being a celestial emperor. Hong. All life source energy collided with the formation diagram, making it tremble. Yi Fan's body was like a great furnace, absorbing the light released by the 4 ancient emperor artifacts that were suppressing the 4 formation gates, turning them into his own. His body burned fiercely, not showing any signs of exhaustion. He rushed upwards, using his body to strike the formation diagram. With a wonglong sound, this part of the universe collapsed. Yi Fan smashed apart the formation diagram, a fist smashing into the underworld's heaven-reaching immortal treasure, sending it flying. He took a step out. At this moment, he was incomparably dignified. His white hair fluttered about, as if he was a heavenly deity, overlooking everyone. The universe split apart, heaven and earth quickly quieted down. The 7 great supreme beings were all stupefied. What kind of power was this? The number 1 killing formation from past to present was broken so quickly, one had to understand that there were several great ancient emperors who personally activated it. I am the celestial emperor, I will suppress and kill all enemies in this world. It was still this line, rumbling, the 9 heavens 10 earths all trembling. However, when everyone heard it, the feeling was greatly different, indescribable fear. Celestial Emperor, a title that made one feel reverence, at this moment, it was truly displayed. He was unmatched throughout the ages after all. Kill! Someone shouted loudly, calling everyone over to surround and attack Yi Fan together. They didn't believe that Yi Fan could hold on for much longer after his old body declined and his blood energy dried up. Yuan Ghost's entire body was covered in blood-colored long hair, sinister and terrifying like a malicious spirit. He was the first to rush over, and the others weren't much slower either. 7 great experts attacked together. Hong Long. Yi Fan displayed his irregular phenomenon. At the same time, Celestial Emperor scriptures appeared. The Emperor character shocked the world, surrounding the surroundings like an immortal realm. He reigned supreme within, impervious to all methods. Then, he smashed out a fist. This was the true Celestial Emperor fist, only targeting Yuan Ghost. With a pu sound, bloody radiance splashed out 30,000 feet. Yuan Ghost's palm exploded, and then his entire arm broke apart inch by inch. Then, half of his body became tattered, a rain of blood pouring down. Ah! He cried out miserably. For an Emperor Dao expert to end up like this, one could well imagine what kind of pain he was enduring. The Emperor character flickered, rumbling, as if streaks of heaven-opening divine thunder were rumbling, extending forward. Yuan Ghost's tattered body continued to deteriorate. He was locked down and suppressed by the Celestial Emperor Great Dao. Hong. In the end, a loud noise sounded. He immediately exploded, and then raged with flames. Even his primordial spirit turned into ashes. This scene left everyone stupefied. It was too domineering, powerful to an incomparable degree. A celestial emperor couldn't be matched. With a honglong sound, Yi Fan turned his hand and slapped outwards, slaughtering his way into the crowd. He was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, unstoppable, continuously blasting 4 or 5 individuals until they coughed out blood. Then, his left hand was like a golden immortal steel, covered densely in symbols and interweaving with divine light. It smashed down, blasting an ancient emperor into a bloody paste with a pu sound, his primordial spirit turning into dust. This was simply a legend, completely unstoppable under the joint attacks of supreme beings. Impossible. His blood energy has already dried up, yet he broke through the number 1 killing formation since ancient times, and he is still this powerful. How did he do this? An ancient emperor's expression became ugly. What does this count as? If an emperor could do it, then I naturally can as well. Yi Fan calmly said. It was rumored that an emperor could break through this exceptional killing formation with his own strength. Now, Yi Fan brought up the past again, making everyone's expressions change. This was the first time they felt that they were in danger. This was someone who was on par with an emperor, someone who couldn't be bullied even if he grew old, no one able to match him. Chapter 1808. The five supreme beings fought with everything they had, all igniting their essence blood. A world-splitting aura appeared, the universe about to evolve anew. They charged over with everything they had. Today, there was no way out. Emperor Dao laws interweaved in this place. With a hung-long sound, an emperor magical artifact was shattered by Yi Fan. Divine gold fragments blossomed like fireworks, rushing in all directions. Flowers of blood blossomed one after another. The emperor artifact fragments cut through the bodies of several people, making their hearts sink. Yi Fan was too powerful, truly undefeatable. Everyone, do not hesitate. Today, we can only fight to the death, sever the celestial emperor's fate and harvest his essence blood. That is a supreme treasure of the mortal world. Taking the celestial emperor great medicine might be able to prolong his life for half a lifetime. The monster shrouded in chaotic light spoke. He already activated the supreme immortal treasure. This sparkling black underworld artifact was like a precious wheel. At this moment it slowly rotated, the scene of the underworld appearing, suppressing towards Yi Fan. Tens of thousands of great Dao symbols appeared. This star domain was like a swamp, stopping the celestial emperor's footsteps. Moreover, all types of Dao symbols flickered, their power peerless, able to injure the great emperor's body. Pop! Suddenly, light sounds rang out. Yi Fan had already stopped, his expression solemn. He continuously formed seals, and then began to shake his finger. A terrifying aura appeared between heaven and earth. Great Dao flowers bloomed one after another, formed from the celestial emperor's scriptures. They were sparkling, dancing about in the sky, rushing towards the supreme immortal treasure. Kill! At the same time, Yi Fan fiercely attacked. A streak of blazing light flew out from the tip of his finger, turning into an especially resplendent immortal puppet. It tore apart the universe, its power boundless. This was the celestial emperor's finger. With a shake like this, all things would be destroyed, no one able to stop it. Pooh! The immortal puppet smashed an emperor's weapon, and then it bloomed in the void. Multicolored light rushed into the heavens between the sparkling petals, all of them smashing into that person's body. Bloody light splashed everywhere. That person, regardless of whether it was his limbs, chest, or the space between his brows, they were all pierced through, leaving behind several finger holes. Then, they loudly exploded, dying under the celestial emperor's finger. The sky was filled with great Dao flowers, continuously blooming. The aura was powerful, making the heavens and tens of thousands of realms tremble. Then, they all attacked that supreme immortal treasure. Dang! The shiny, black dark artifact trembled as it suffered a series of heavy blows. Although it resisted fiercely, it was still sent flying in the end. The might of a heavenly emperor was clearly evident. Everyone felt their blood run cold. In their respective eras, they were all unmatched under the heavens. Now that true emperors were gathered, they immediately saw the disparity between them. Boom! The monster that was surrounded by the light of primal chaos rushed over with the wheel of underworld artifact in its hand. It collided with Yi Fan's fist and exploded with light that rushed into the heavens. Yi Fan was as unmoving as a mountain. Meanwhile, he staggered backwards and coughed out blood. This was the only supreme being who didn't die after clashing head-on with Yi Fan. The dark artifact is very good. When it heard Yi Fan's evaluation, blood sprayed from the monster's mouth, and it was extremely furious. Yi Fan didn't take it seriously at all. This was a form of contempt and disregard, and it only cared about an extraordinary immortal treasure. Boom! Golden light flickered about. The skies were filled with weapons and secret treasures. Golden pagodas, divine swords, Dao bells, golden cauldrons, and all types of precious weapons danced about, all of them rushing towards Yi Fan. The golden ancient emperor took action. This was precisely his world-shaking forbidden secret technique, golden divine treasury. When the true creator used this technique, it was incomparable, far exceeding those of later generations. It displayed the profound mysteries and might it should have. Yi Fan didn't move at all when faced with these things. Only the cauldron above his head flew out, and 10,000 spirits appeared to resist the endless golden weapons, resisting intensely. Meanwhile, that cauldron was like a cloud, dreamy and illusory as it rushed to the very front, directly smashing into the golden ancient emperor. The golden ancient emperor was shocked. He couldn't evade it, surrounded by this cauldron and completely locked onto him. He could only face it head-on. With a dang sound, his arms felt as if they were broken, and he staggered backwards. Meanwhile, Yi Fan arrived like a ghost, forcefully slapping his own cauldron, smashing it forward. With a pu sound, bloody light surged. The golden ancient emperor was smashed into a bloody paste by the cauldron, his primordial spirit scattering. It was just a cauldron and a palm, yet they broke through all techniques. It was simple and direct, violent and terrifying. No matter how many changes the golden ancient emperor had, it was still smashed apart by this cauldron and palm. Want to escape? Who can? Yi Fan took a step forward. It seemed slow, but a single step covered half the sky. Heaven and earth wailed, and all Tao bowed down as he caught up to the original god. His right leg spun, sweeping over. No matter how fiercely the original god resisted, it wasn't a match. A moment later, with a pu sound, it was trampled into the starry sky by Celestial Emperor's foot. It was smashed into pieces, dying a violent death. The battle scene here was transmitted into the distance along with the flowing light fragments. It was seen by the sages behind Yi Fan, and they were indescribably shaken. The universe was shaken. What kind of mighty power was this? Celestial Emperor's divine might was matchless, and it was actually so easy for him to kill supreme beings. He stood at the peak of humanity, lonely and unrivaled, reaching great heights. When Yi Fan turned around, there were only 2 people left. They never expected this kind of result. Now, it was already too late for regrets. They couldn't escape even if they wanted to, because they were locked onto by Celestial Emperor. They could only fight. However, so what if they were powerful? Before Yi Fan, they could only tremble. The difference between them was just too great. I understand. He forcefully increased his blood energy, reproducing his peak level strength. After this battle, he will undoubtedly die. He will exhaust the last of his essence blood. We have to persevere. The monster cried out. Kill. Origin Ancient Mind's last ancient emperor activated the great Tao natural laws, releasing the final attack of his life. It was powerful to the extreme, shocking the human realm. That was a sword, dazzling and dazzling. A rain of light filled the sky, making even the stars in the heavens burn. Even the heavenly immortal treasures trembled, making the monster cry out and retreat. This person used an incarnation and the weapon's deity as a guide, igniting Tao transformation force, wishing to use this to kill Yi Fan. It was the most terrifying. Once an Emperor Tao level expert's Tao transformation force appeared, everyone would have to back up, difficult to neutralize. However, Yi Fan remained just that calm. He opened his large hand, symbols endless. His golden palm and fingers were like clouds that descended from the heavens, covered in Tao traces. He immediately grabbed that weapon, incarnation, and this ancient emperor's true body within. The entire stellar sea was within his palm, terrifying to the extreme. With a pu sound, endless stars were extinguished. Of course, this included this ancient emperor, his weapon, and incarnation, turning into scattered ashes, completely destroyed. The monster was correct. When Yi Fan reached his later years, he could only forcefully increase his essence blood, reproducing his peak strength, and only then could he kill everyone so easily. Despite this being the case, perhaps only a few emperors and a few others could do this. Then, without any suspense, Yi Fan captured this monster alive, studied it thoroughly, and then slapped it to death with a single palm. It turned into a bloody mist, unable to gather again. The immortal treasure heavenly netherworld artifact wanted to fly away, but it was immediately caught by him. As for the spiritual treasure celestial beings killing formation diagram, it had long since been put into the cauldron, unable to escape. The bloody mist pervaded the air. The 7 ancient emperors had all been killed, shocking the mortal world. Celestial Emperor. The sages spread the news everywhere. At this moment, all the experts in the universe were shouting the 2 words, Celestial Emperor. Although it was only 2 words, it was enough to express everything. Celestial Emperor was invincible, the supreme of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. For the people of the world, this was a legend. Celestial Emperor was already old, yet he had killed 7 ancient emperors in a single day. This was unprecedented since ancient times. In terms of glorious battle achievements, no one can compare. The people were shocked and amazed. At this moment, all parts of the universe were in an uproar. Yi Fan sat cross-legged in silence. No one approached, and no one disturbed him. He was refining the bloody mist left behind by the Supreme Being, but the effects weren't great. His realm was too high, and Celestial Emperor's blood surpassed everything else. The dried-up imperial blood couldn't truly nourish him effectively. It had existed for too long and lacked vitality. However, it was better than nothing. Yi Fan was cultivating here. Just as the enemy had guessed, he had transferred all the essence blood in his body. After the battle, his blood energy would dry up. However, he didn't die after the battle as the enemy had expected. It was just that his situation wasn't good, and he had already reached the final years of his life. The third life. Yi Fan closed his eyes. He was concentrating on transferring his vitality, hoping to take that step in the final moments of his life. The path of longevity was extremely difficult. This was the most crucial step in his deductions. If he failed, it would prove that he had been wrong from start to finish. If he succeeded, the future could be looked forward to. At this moment, Yi Fan was very tired. After all, he had just experienced a great battle, and his blood energy had been exhausted. However, he also released a sigh of relief. The final life-restricted region had been flattened, and the source of disaster in the underworld had also been killed. There wouldn't be any unrest in the world for a long time. However, it was precisely at this most exhausted and relaxed moment that Yi Fan's fine hairs suddenly stood on end. He did his best to shift horizontally, immediately evading several star domains. He was fast to the extreme. However, a large amount of blood still erupted from his body. A 5-colored heavenly blade hacked over, almost cleaving Yi Fan in half. It was just a bit off. His left shoulder and part of his body were cleaved apart, falling off. Celestial Emperor's blood gushed out. After so many tens of thousands of years, even when he fought against the 7 venerables in his old age, he didn't shed a single drop of blood. However, now, he was almost hacked to death. Even though he was tired in his later years and had just experienced a great battle, it was still enough to prove how terrifying the one who came was. That was a hand that was as warm as jade. It descended from the 9 heavens, holding a 5-colored heavenly blade. Just now, it released a fatal attack. Celestial Emperor had an enemy. This was definitely a matchless expert. Through that blade, his identity was on the verge of being revealed. Hung Long. At the same time, a waterfall descended from the void. A rain of light danced about, divine multicolored light filling the sky. It was as if immortals descended into this world, but also as if many people sprouted wings and ascended. It was just too magnificent. Yi Fan's vitality was greatly injured, and he was even ambushed by this blade. The consequences were extremely serious. His blood essence was damaged. Even if he had unmatched methods, he still had to admit that he was no longer at his peak. He already reconstructed his body, and he immediately recognized that waterfall. It was actually no different from the legendary Flying Immortal Waterfall. Reincarnation Lake, Soul Pool, Flying Immortal Waterfall, these were the 3 types of wondrous substances left behind by ancient supreme beings in pursuit of immortality. Among them, the Flying Immortal Waterfall was the most mysterious. It was rumored that it was a type of substance left behind by all supreme beings who fought their way into immortal domain. It converged into an immortal waterfall that connected to Immortal Domain's great gates. On top of this flying immortal waterfall, 4 figures appeared in succession. They quickly threw themselves over, ruthlessly attacking Yifan. At the same time, loud dong-dong noises sounded from the 9 heavens above. The sparkling palm that held the 5-colored heavenly blade trembled fiercely, as if it wanted to rush over from another realm through the flying immortal waterfall. However, he was too powerful. He was restricted to that side, unable to struggle free. Those 4 figures rushed over, fiercely attacking Yifan, buying him more time. Undying Heavenly Emperor, you are trapped between the immortal realm and the human realm. Yifan said coldly. He knew that he encountered great trouble. Through that blade just now, he understood how terrifying the other party was. Even if he was unharmed and at his peak cultivation realm, there would still be a life and death battle. However, the other party didn't seem to be able to cross over. It was just like how during the darkness chaos back then, Great Emperor Wuxia was stopped behind that gate, unable to cross over even if he wanted to participate in the battle. The more powerful one was, the more restrictions they would face. Chi. That sparkling white palm brandished the heavenly blade, hacking at Yifan. The Heavenly Emperor attacked the Heavenly Emperor. A peak confrontation thus unfolded, a battle that crossed realms.